Know who we have out there yet. I don't see anybody showing up. Probably because I disappointed you all last weekend, so you're taking it out on me this weekend. I don't know, uh,
We
but
would never.
but anyway, the rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Uh, I thank everybody for their concern. I got quite a few emails from people and wondering how I was doing. And a lot of people obviously thought that the show was still going to happen. And I wasn't well enough at the time. You got to realize I had to make a decision whether I was doing the show by the middle of the week, because by the middle of the week is when I send all the invites out to people that might come on the panel. And so I had to make a decision on Wednesday. And by time Saturday came, I was feeling better, but I was worried that, doing a 5-hour live stream on Saturday, I'd get too knocked on my behind Sunday morning. And then I didn't want to, go backwards. So I thought it was best if I did not do the show last Saturday. So I apologize for everybody that was sorely disappointed. It's not a good sign if me not being on is a big disappointment, because I'd like to think that this show is not the highlight of your Saturday. It's just something to do because you got nothing better to do. So I say hi to Art Bear and Bob from Bob Our Photos and Albert. Albert, you can come in whenever you want. Once we say the hellos and have a brief conversation, you can pop in whenever you would like to. Rakesh, how are you? Luis, good to see you. And, when we get about 23 or so people in here, we'll start a little bit of a discussion. Hello, Ava. She says, just learning I wasn't well last week off in the wilds of Texas. Well, she was in Texas too, Gustavo. Ava Gustavo was there recently as well. And for those, I'll have a little fun here because you know how I can be. I always have to have a little bit of, I don't know, comical relief at times. So for those who are wondering how I feel, I think this describes it best.
I feel good. I feel good.
You're supposed to dance when you listen to that.
That's my voice, if you can't tell.
So good. I got you. I feel nice.
Getting old.
Probably the only song that guy ever sang that I actually liked, but man, you gotta have a little bit of fun. Obviously from the and hello to Randall. I don't want to ignore Randall here. How are you?
Hi, Randall.
How's your wife doing? Is she doing better?
Well, I'll tell you, she's one tough cook. She's much tougher than I am. I mean, I have certain medical issues, and so if I get certain things, it shellacks me really bad. And she got it, and she probably had 24 hours went by, and she missed one day of work, and then she was back at work, and maybe weak for 3 days afterwards, but she recovered from it much better than me because she's a tough cookie. She could probably beat me up pretty easy if she wanted to. So good for her. I says I took it for the team. I made it so she wasn't quite as miserable as me. And yeah, it's you get older, and sometimes you get some of this stuff. It's difficult. And here we have Albert sneaking in here. Hello, Albert. He does exist, folks. He does exist. Albert does exist. You know, we talk
Yeah.
about him, and I think this is the first time he's actually showed up on the live stream with me doing it instead of Chuck doing it. He was on
Oh yeah.
a couple of Chuck's shows when Chuck was busy doing his thing twice a week, and we're hoping that he is trying to make an attempt. Last time he made a comment, he was going to try to come on Wednesdays at noontime, maybe the first week in March. So hopefully he's progressing well and he'll be able to do that. So we are going to have Albert do a pitch for us here tonight regarding what you can readily buy for lens adapters. And we have a PDF file slide that we'll put up on the screen, and they'll be able to talk to that and then elaborate on it beyond after the fact and kind of tease you with some stuff that he could pop on you guys on a future appearance on the show, which is where the meat and potatoes is, where Albert really wants to. He's doing this as a favor to me to keep it simple the first go around. But let me tell you, he's salivating over the next one he's going to do, because that's when he gets into the meat and potato stuff and the customization that he does, and medium format lenses on SLRs and stuff like that. And so he's
The good stuff.
patiently putting up with my initial request here that we're going to start off low key, and then we'll kick it in high gear on a future show, and we'll let Albert seriously give you a migraine big time. But it's a good kind of migraine, because he's very passionate. I had the pleasure of talking to him. We did a restream between him and I, and we talked, and wonderful gentleman, very enthusiastic about what he does. And I'll tell you, nothing gets you charged up as a fellow photographer than seeing somebody else that loves it as much as you and gets all charged up, because we could have talked all day. We would have had no problem at all. We could have talked all day long. And then my wife would remind me that, where she says, "You say women talk a lot?" She likes to throw that at me, because she says I could talk more than most women do. Albert, let's do a voice check. I want to make sure I can hear you. No volume, my friend. Can't hear you. Yeah. Yeah, well, this is kind of normal for all these live streams, that we always have the technical difficulties.
Hey, Randall, thanks for all your shout outs. I'm glad you enjoy the Mr. Wu videos.
Yeah, they're excellent, John. He's a very, very smart guy and a fun guy to listen to. And of course, I'm a vintage camera nut, so
I wish I could have him on the show.
I just enjoyed it immensely. I'm a little bit behind. I'm always behind, because it's just I'm too engrossed in trying to keep up with my own stuff, which I sometimes don't do a very good job at.
It'd be fun to have him on the show.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
But on Sunday mornings, he's at church. That's the only issue.
But we got 19 people on, and hopefully we'll get a few more on soon. And but we got, there's a lot of stuff that went on, from the last time we chatted. And we obviously we had a little bit of a discussion about the Z6 III specs, and those really haven't changed much, and we may touch on that a little bit later on tonight. And of course, the big announcement was the new firmware update for the Z8.
Yeah.
Which added a lot of features to the camera, and we'll talk about those features as well. I have a few of my segment "Did You Know" commentary to talk about, some general discussion, and I got information on products and discussions from some of the other rumors, Sony rumors and Canon rumors and Fuji rumors to share with everybody. So I think we're going to have a good show. I think we have plenty that we can talk about. And once we get Albert's where we can hear him, then I think we will be.
Oh, that's too bad. I wonder what the problem is.
Yeah.
Is it Randall's mic okay?
Yeah, Randall, you're fine, right? No, can't hear you now, Randall. Now you're gone too. Roy, can we hear you? Can you?
I don't know. I haven't said anything yet.
Yeah. You've been very quiet. You're in the dark a little bit now. You're coming out of the shadows, but we can hear you.
I've been busy, so everything's not set up. All my lights are
Okay,
everywhere.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we can hear you now. Oh, there we go.
I'm glad I didn't embarrass you.
No,
Thank you for the warm welcome.
It takes a lot to embarrass me, believe me. Someday, when we get to meet in person, you'll realize that it takes a real lot to embarrass me.
Same here, buddy.
But thank you so much for taking the time to come on, and we're up to 20.
My pleasure.
I hope to have you. You are welcome, as is everybody. And I'll say this again and again and again. You are welcome, along with everybody else that comes in the chat. At any point in time, you want to come on and talk about a topic, talk about a new gadget that you bought that you think you'd like to share with everybody, show us how to use it, talk about it, recommend something that you really like. Everybody's welcome to just, send me an email, ask for the link for the show, and come on to the show, because this is your show. This isn't my show. This is your show. I just happen to be the one, trying to, I don't know, be the ringleader, but not necessarily qualified, but I do the best I can.
Thank you.
So, what I'm going to do is, Albert, and everybody out there, Albert's going to be talking about lens adapters, what's available. I got my dog wanting to throw the ball around, which is normal. As soon as the show starts, she decides that she's going to wake up. So I apologize if you see my head dipping down. And but I'm going to put up the slide, and Albert, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to let you start off with everything, and give me 2 seconds to bring that up, and we will get started here.
I got hundreds of questions for Albert.
Go ahead, John.
Well, he
Start.
told me that there was going to be a $1 fee for every question to support his habit.
So then I don't have any questions, Jeff.
Okay, so let me see if I can.
I'm viewing this through my cell phone, so I'm having a little tough time. So I'm just gonna go to the email you sent me so that I can read the PDF.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, to start off with, everybody thinks that the mirrorless systems are the absolute best for adapting, and that is a false statement. Completely false, because it's only a half truth. Okay. The mirrorless cameras you can practically adapt anything to. However, on the flip side with the optics, you're pretty much stuck on quicksand. Okay, mirrorless does not travel. It does not travel well. There are very limited adoptions you can do from mirrorless to mirrorless. As the one everybody knows is the Sony mount to the Nikon Z mount. Okay, other than that, there is really not much happening. All you hear is crickets. So if you are interested in going from one mirrorless system to another, adapting, you may pretty much be wasting your time. Okay, you have to go from
I'm sure
DSLR
everybody
film
right now is
to
crying after
digital.
you said that.
I know it was disappointing for you to hear that when I first wrote the PDF.
Yeah.
However, there are loopholes. Okay, but those loopholes may never be open. Okay, for example, it's very easy to go for medium format. Medium format lenses are the most adaptable lenses because of the longer flange distance, which covers the DSLRs. DSLRs are generally around between 40 and 50 in flange distance. Okay, whereas most medium format systems range somewhere between 60 and 110. Okay, so there's a lot of room to play with. So you can pretty much adapt mirrorless to DSLRs. Just as easy as you can adapt any 35 millimeter lens to a mirrorless camera. Okay, so DSLRs are also better for adapting medium format lenses because it's going to weigh a lot less. Okay, here's the same adapter. One is for mirrorless. You see how long it is? This is for DSLR. Okay, big difference. Okay, it's going to add a lot less weight
Half
to
the
the
time.
camera. A lot less weight. It's going to feel about a pound lighter, which is highly significant. Okay, so mirrorless is not necessarily the best for certain things. Okay, you can adapt medium format lenses to mirrorless, of course, but you're better off going with a 645, which is a lot shorter. Once you start getting into 6.9, 6.7s, the adapter gets really long. And the longer the adapter gets, the harder it is to shoot handheld. Especially if you have a high megapixel camera, like 100 megapixel, let's say Fuji, as John stated in his video, that if you have a 100 megapixel camera, you need a tripod. So it's pretty much the same with this, okay? All right. Even though you have the image stabilization with the mirrorless, it can be a little tougher. You're gonna get a lot more steady with the DSLR because it's so much shorter. Okay. So it has its advantages and its disadvantages. Any questions?
Yeah, Albert. Because I've been playing around with these adapters for quite a few years, and I have both medium format and whatever regular ones. And,
Yes.
and I'm not a real expert on all this type of stuff. So one of the questions I have is, like, if you spend all this money on a medium format camera, such as a Hasselblad or a Fuji, which basically uses the same type of sensor from Sony, when you start attaching, I notice that when I attach full frame lenses on a medium frame, it just doesn't. I mean, the image quality is okay, but to me it's almost detrimental because of the vignette and all this, and adapting Leica onto a Hasselblad or a Fuji, it just seems like a cartoon,
It is.
So if you're going to say, well, I'm going to buy this $8,000 camera and start slapping my lenses that I have on, they're Nikon lenses, I go, well, I don't get it, because
No, you're right, John. You're right.
this
You're
is
wasting
what
your
I
time.
noticed. Now
You're
maybe
wasting your
like
time.
it's a waste of money. It's a tremendous waste of money too.
No, you have to get medium format optics because what happens is, I'm sorry.
Exactly. So what you just mentioned, if you do it in reverse, right?
Yes.
Putting medium format lenses like the old Zeiss from a Hassi, a planner or something, onto a Nikon. I've seen that.
Yes, it's phenomenal because
it's
what
phenomenal.
happens
But
is,
yeah.
Well, go ahead.
No, and so that's one of the mysteries I wanted to find out from you, Albert.
Okay,
Is
I'll let you know right now. It's really
okay,
simple. Okay,
excellent.
you know, John, you've
So,
been in
so,
photography
so
long
Albert,
enough to know. I'm sorry.
yeah, Albert, I'm going to ask you a very basic question, correct?
Yeah.
So that you can elevate the knowledge of everybody here, correct? See, those adapters, since they change the space in between the lens and where the element that is going to record, which is the sensor or the film, do they work a little bit in terms? They are not meant to, but do they work like like an spacer or like a
Yes, pretty much in
extension
a
tube?
similar way. Yes, in a similar way, it's a spacer. Yeah, it's like you're birding, okay, but it's not as bad. It all depends on the quality of the adapter, okay, because what happens is you have a lot of cheap adapters, okay, and these adapters that are cheap, what happens is they just paint them with basic paint, very, very highly reflective paint, okay, all right, and highly reflective paint, generic paint, it's going to cause the lens to suffer a lot. You need to have inner coatings that are professional. Okay. The reason why Leica lenses are great is because their inner coatings are the absolute best on the planet. Okay. You look at the inner coatings of a Leica lens and it looks like it's got like it's been coated 6 times. It was baked on. You cannot get no sort of reflective lighting in there. Okay. All right. The inner paintings of a lens. Okay. And Leica has the best. Carl Zeiss has great inner coatings. So does Nikon. If you notice that all of the companies that have great inner coatings in their optics have great micro contrast. Okay. Now, for example, you take a Russian lens, right? For example, Russian lenses are a lot better than people give them credit for. Okay. And as Mr. Wu stated on John's video, the quality varied a lot. Okay. And because of this, there are about 2 to 3 different versions of Russian lenses. At first, they were really good because the Russians were trying to do high quality lenses. Okay. But then what happened was the Soviet Union expanded and expanded and expanded, and they had to supply too many states. Then they abandoned the quality and went for the quality. If you look at earlier made Russian lenses, they're excellent. Okay, versus the ones they made in the 70s and 80s, which a lot of them are junk. Okay, and a lot of that has to do with the metals and the inner coatings. Okay,
And they copied Zeiss.
So my question. So when you put an adapter which functions like you explained as an spacer, does that affect your, like when you put a spacer, your minimum focal distance, your focusing to infinity, all that stuff, the range in which you focus, does it get impacted by the spacer or not?
Yeah, it does, because here's what happens. I'll give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about right now. Okay. I have a camera here. Okay, this is the Canon T90. You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, this is an excellent camera, but it got overshadowed because they went to autofocus, and then the EF mount came and this got lost. But this is a great camera. Okay, right here I have a Nikon medium format lens on it. You don't see it, but if you take a closer look, you can see the word Nikon on the bottom, Nikon. Okay, now since you mentioned that, I can surpass the focal plane of this camera north and south, which means that I can get focus up to like 6 inches in front of me to 4 inches in front of me, and I can surpass the focal plane. I can focus beyond infinity. In other words, I'll give you an analogy of what I'm talking about. Let's say if the flange distance spacing is 20, I have about 40. So I got room to spare. I went out of bounds both ways, which is a big advantage, because you could be at a wedding, you could shoot a landscape, and then you can come in and shoot a micro shot or a ring. You can't do that with 35 millimeter.
Oh.
However, you can with medium format. Okay, and I'll give you an example of this right here, right now. You see how I pushed in the lens far in about a ½ inch more, okay, so that it could come all the way out at the back end. You can see how close it is. You see that? Look, you see how close the lens is to the adapter? Usually it's not that close. Usually it's a couple of inches apart. It's about 4. It's usually in the back of the adapter. Okay, so let's say the helicoid is 3 inches long. The lens back end is 3 inches back. Right here, that is not the case. It's right on top of the sensor. That's why I surpassed the focal plane, north and south.
So you created now you created a lens that it focused shorter than the original
Longer and
design.
shorter than before. Far longer than what it could before, and
It's
far shorter
designed
than yes.
it's designed for a different sensor size, if you want to call it that way, correct? Because the
Yes.
way the light
Yes, sir.
path is projected. Okay. Very
Well,
good.
I'll give you an analogy. Right?
Mhm.
Take a softball, okay, and put like a quarter on top of it. That's what I'm getting the center cut here. So basically, by doing that, I'm achieving two things. I'm avoiding all of the negatives of the lens, which is usually on the outer end, as everybody knows. I avoid the collateral ceramic aberration, which usually happens towards the outer edge of lenses. That is completely a non-factor because that's not going to happen with this. You're not going to have collateral, none of that nonsense. You're not going to have vignetting, okay? And if you do have vignetting, the adapter is 100% responsible, not the optics. Okay.
Yeah, because you're projecting when you got the medium format on a 35 millimeter camera, your image diameter is much bigger than your sensor size, so you're optimized on the center part of that medium format lens. So if you have even if you had fungus along the outer edge of the lens, it isn't going to matter because it's basically not. It's
exactly. It's not going to matter. It's not even going to show
outside of the sensor area, so it doesn't matter.
Out of bounds.
Out of
bounds by miles.
Yeah.
By
now
miles
you
out of
the
bounds.
other way, like when John originally asked you the question, if you put a 35 millimeter lens on a medium format camera, you have the opposite problem because your image circle is very small.
Yes, it is.
Falling on that medium format sensor, and you're going to have all the vignetting is going to show up, all the defects are going to show up.
Or you have to space it further, correct? So that the projected image covers now that area. So you're basically it's going to show more imperfections, correct? Because you're using more of the lens.
No, you're gonna see less imperfections with medium format. And I'll tell you what happens.
It's the benefit. 35, you're less imperfections.
Yeah,
you're going to have the primo part of the lens will be putting the image on your sensor. It's much better.
Yeah, I'll tell you the advantages that medium format has. Okay, for example, I sent you some photos, Jeffrey. I sent you a file. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't download it before I went on, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, not a problem. Okay, we'll save that for next time. But in there, I have pictures demonstrating the bokeh on the outer edge on the Mamiya 127 Universal Press, and the bokeh balls are perfectly circled all the way from the center, all the way to the outer edge. The bokeh balls are perfectly circled. You cannot get that with today's 1.2 lenses. They all have cat's eye bokeh. Medium formats, once you go 6x9, you will bypass the cat's eye bokeh. You will never see it.
Except my planner.
So the planner is the 35, but it's a great lens still. Don't get me wrong. Still a great lens. Okay.
Albert,
Albert, if you're putting a 35 millimeter lens on a medium format camera, you're also a lot of the lenses you may choose to do that on may not resolve very well on a 100 megapixel sensor, correct?
Well, no. John can answer that better than I can.
That's the other thing, you see, is that, what kind of upsets me is when these guys, these so-called influencers are talking about this new Hasselblad 907. They fail to, and then they mention the fact that, well, you can just take the back, which is the meat of the camera, and just throw it on a 503. Right. Well, when you throw it on a 503 and start using lenses at 30 years old, CFIs and CBs, Zeiss lenses on it, it's not going to resolve it. There's no way. It's impossible.
It's not. It's impossible.
And I can
Exactly.
tell you that now. So don't make it sound like it's another attribute to the camera, because it's not. Because
Exactly.
you're just going to waste your time and money.
John's right. John is 100% correct. And not only that, these high megapixel cameras is which has made these lenses to be so clinically sharp and completely devoid of character. The higher you go with the megapixel, the more firepower the lens has to have. Okay. And that's why a lot of these lenses today are completely devoid of character, because they're so technically perfect. Okay. It's a blessing and a curse. You know, you lose some, you gain some.
Plymouth's an exception.
That's an exception. It is an exception. It's one of the
You know,
few mirrorless lenses I've seen with character.
I was using last week. I was using GFX 100S, 100 GFX 102, and the Hasselblad X2D and a 907, and was just playing around with it. Now, what I noticed was that on the 907s, marketing wise, they failed to mention that, look, there's no IBIS in this thing. And then you pay more, and then you say, oh, it's so beautiful, you know, it's the most beautiful camera in the world. And hey, we've seen that ad, right? And I said, look, I got 3 of these things. Don't ask me why.
Yes. Tell him, John.
It's really difficult.
You have the same problem that everybody else on this panel has.
Yeah.
Listen, tell him, John.
A lot of people, Albert, fail to mention that the reason why commercially I used medium format is because of the bit file, 16-bit.
Yes.
That's to me is more crucial than the amount of megapixel. I gotta have that. I gotta have that bit depth.
You want the dynamic range is more important than the megapixel.
Well, yeah, because if you're a working pro, right, Albert, and you shoot you shoot for Procter and Gamble, and what do they produce? Hair commercials, right?
They want 6x7. They want 6x9.
They want
detail.
The big dog. So
they want detail.
They want
detail.
You ran out of phase 1, but if you're selling hair commercials, I mean a hair product,
they want every hair grain to show. They want to see the DNA.
Exactly. They want to see the DNA, and you can't get that in a full frame. I'm sorry.
No, you cannot. No, John's right. John's 100% correct.
But they failed to mention this.
Yeah, no, John's 100%. John,
themselves in the foot. That's the problem.
If you guys have any medium format questions, talk to John. He knows. By the way, I saw your video on the Hasselblad and the Fujifilm. I was working in the middle of it, and I was about to comment, and I couldn't because I had to get back to work. But your review and your assessment of both systems was dead on accurate, and it's one of the most truthful I've ever heard.
Well, thank you.
Okay, very unbiased, very honest. Okay,
I own it.
No, I was very unbiased. I was very unbiased. I was shocked at how unbiased it was, to be honest with you.
I think when we listen to influencers who will get these cameras, the whole idea is for them to sell it. The only person I think I've heard mention that it doesn't have any IBIS was Matt Granger. That's the only person I can recall that mentioned that the camera didn't come with IBIS.
Well, let's not put
Chris Nichols.
Yeah.
But if you're a commercial photographer, you cannot use the current Hasselblad system because it does not have the support of the lenses. You've got to have tilt and shift lens. Correct, Albert?
Yeah, for professional work, absolutely.
For professional work, you
need high-end
TNS.
Professional work, yes. They want resolution. They want to get in close. They want to see everything. They want to see everything.
And they don't want to see the sun, they don't want to see
the moon, and the stars.
They don't want to see food.
You don't have 6.7. In the film days, if you went to do one of those shoots, if you did not come with anything bigger than 6.7, you were getting thrown off the set.
I had a job with Westin Hotel, right?
Yes.
And what did I use? I used a 4x5 field camera.
Wow, that's fire!
Right, with a Roden stock lens because I could,
those Roden stock lenses are good.
Thing, right, with the bellows.
Yes.
And stop down to f100 and something.
Wow. Wow, John, I'm blown away that you shot that. I really am.
Yeah, using
Not
4 by
everybody gets.
6
Not
there.
everyone has the privilege to do that. Not
Well,
everyone.
hey,
Not
those
everyone
days,
has that privilege.
I'm going to
Albert,
put
those
up
days there's no
a
choice, you know,
question here, guys.
1996.
What's that, Jeff?
I'm going to throw up a question here.
Okay.
Comment. I could comment a little bit on this. Obviously, I'm not the expert, but I could say I recently, I'm going to be doing a video. I probably won't come out for a couple weeks. I'm working on a video with the old 135 f2 defocus control Nikon lens. Used it with the FTZ adapter with my ZF. Took a ton of pictures with it. I'm going to be talking about that lens and showing a lot of examples of the images that I took. And it's going to, my partial answer to your question, Mookie, is that it depends on the adapter, because the Nikon lens that I used came out in 1985. Okay. So assuming it was an 85 copy, it's 39 years old. It was one of the screw drive autofocus lenses, which of course we don't have adapters to support the screw drive autofocus lenses. So you have to use it on your Nikon as a manual focus lens. But it does, you go in and you go into your menu system, and I'm going to talk about this in my video, and you assign a non-CPU lens, and you put in the information, what's the focal length of the lens, what's the f-stop when it's wide open, and you put that information in, and you do get EXIF data. I got EXIF data from that lens.
The lens has got those contacts on it.
It says what the lens is. It says it's manual focus. Tells me what the shutter speed is. Tells me what my f-stop is. So it's all going to depend on the adapter and the lens. So there's no, Albert could probably come up with a chart that would blow you away, all depending on what era the lens was made and what adapter, and we'd all be like sitting here, sipping, margaritas. But in the case I gave you, it gave me good EXIF data. It really did. I mean, it worked fine. But as they say, results may vary. I think that's the safe response. Results may vary. I'll let Albert comment more on this question.
Yes, there are all types of adapters. What you have is dummy adapters. Those have no contact whatsoever with the lens. Okay. All right. And then you have adapters that have pin contacts. Okay. It means the camera can read the f-stop. Okay. All right. That's another version. Okay. That's a semi-dummy adapter. And then you have the third version, which is it doesn't autofocus, but it does manually communicate, and it communicates with the camera. Okay, it will communicate the f-stop. It will communicate the focal length. Okay, so
and
that's
distance.
available. And distance and all of those things. That's all available. Okay, with all the data. And then you have the last one, which is autofocus, all the data and everything. And then you have another higher level, which is a speed booster with a autofocus. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of different levels of adapters. Okay, dummy, semi-dummy. Okay, it's every level.
With speed boosters.
I don't know. I don't think Roy likes speed boosters.
I like speed boosters. I think that the new generation of speed boosters is phenomenal, and it actually improves the micro contrast with old lenses, and it gets rid of a lot of the imperfections, because the speed boosters is adding the coatings that the lenses are lacking for today's cameras.
Okay,
So
now you have to explain. Now you have to explain you have to explain this speed booster, because until now you told us that it's basically changing the space between the sensor or film and the back element of the camera.
Well, what a speed booster does is one thing. Okay, people lie and tell you that it's going to give you an extra stop of light. No, it does not. What it does is it changes the field of view. For example, if you got a 2.8 lens, if you had a speed booster, you can get somewhere between 1.8 and 1.4. Okay, all right. It expands the field of view. Okay, for example, I have the Fujifilm medium format right here. Okay, I can get a 645 field of view on this by buying a speed booster and adding a Mamiya lens to it. Complete digital, okay? No digital back required, okay? I'm gonna get that. I'm waiting for the price to drop a little bit. Okay, so I can get 645 right here, baby. Okay. Now this is for you, John. John, I'm gonna pause for a second.
Let me see
Put them on
this
the big screen,
monster.
Jeff.
Let me see this monster.
All right, this is the Fujifilm 680 lens. You see that there? You never seen it from a digital camera. Yeah, this is a monster. Look at this. And I have the Bronica focusing holocoid on it. So I got a Fujifilm camera, a Bronica focusing holocoid, a Canon holder, and a Nikon holder, and it took a lot to do this one.
Wow.
Okay, look at this. I'm nuts.
Lenses, though.
But it works.
Oh, it works. Works to perfection. Look at that. Okay, now these optics, they're on par with Hasselblad. Are surprising? Yes, they are. Okay, they're just as good as the Hasselblad.
Albert.
Now, here's another one, John. Okay, this is the Pentax medium format
45?
system with the 39 millimeter, with the 39 megapixel CD sensor, and I have the another one, the 180 2.2, 3.2. Okay, all right. This is a monster. Look at the glass on this.
Holy
wow.
Yeah, King of Boca. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Okay, look at that. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to do here.
I want you to explain two things to those who may not really get.
You don't know how much
to get into the technical. Well, that wasn't nice.
No, I didn't put it on. I didn't put it on. I didn't connect it. Here we go. We're good.
Explain.
I just put it on right now. Now we're good now.
Explain to everybody the. Okay, I mean, obviously, when the Z mount came out, there was a lot of talk about the benefits of the Z mount. Okay, and having to do with the throat diameter and the flange distance. Can you explain to people who may not know what those things are, the importance of the throat diameter and the flange back distance, and what makes it better, what makes one brand's setup better than another? Because I think obviously Nikon promotes theirs as being able to allow them to make the best lenses because they have the largest diameter and they have the shortest flange distance. So can you explain that more to people so they understand that?
Yes. Well, here's how it goes. The smaller it is, the tougher it is. The bigger it is, the easier it is to manufacture lenses. Okay? It's that simple. They have a lot more room to play with. It's not as difficult. It's not as challenging for the optics designers. Okay? Nikon struggled for years because it was at a huge disadvantage because the EF mount was much bigger in opening than the Nikon F mount. Okay, that's why Nikon was never able to produce DSLRs with 1.2 lenses. Had they done so, it would have been huge. The glass would have had to have been monstrous. The bigger the hole is on the opening, the bigger the front of the lens has to be.
Right. So, okay, I'm going to have you pause there. So that's something that people have to realize. When mirrorless first came out, it was all being pushed as, it's going to be smaller. It's going to be lighter.
That is true.
And so on and so forth. Now, as time went on, when Nikon kind of took the approach that we want to develop a camera system that allows us to make the best quality lenses we can make, but the larger the diameter, the heavier and the larger diameter the lens is going to be as well. So now it's no longer necessarily lighter and smaller, obviously, anymore, because you're looking at it from a different perspective. You're looking at it from a quality optics perspective, maximizing the quality of the optics versus size. Is that a correct statement?
It's just easier to make lenses when you have a bigger mount opening. It's just a lot easier. Okay, the lens designers will tell you. Okay, all right. Sony has a little bit of a challenge because their mount was never intended to be a full frame mount. A lot of people are now aware of that. It was intended to be a crop sensor mount. Somehow, Carl Zeiss did one of the greatest achievements in optical history by turning a mount that was supposed to be intended to be for crop cameras, and they flipped it into a full frame. And not only did they flip it into a full frame, they had a 51.2 lens with autofocus. It's slightly bigger than the Nikon F mount. Okay, all right, that was pretty remarkable. I have to give Sony credit for that and Carl Zeiss for that. Okay, but going forth now, they're going to have a really tough time, Sony, coming up with a 1.2 lens at 35 millimeter because the mount opening is just too small. Even the engineers at Carl Zeiss said it, that it's very difficult to do wide angle lenses for the Sony E mount. Okay, so it's interesting to see what happens. I'm rooting for Sony. I'm not bad mouthing Sony because, you know, I'm a big fan of Tamara. And so, all right, I was also a Minolta Konica fan as well. So,
Yay,
right,
Minolta. Okay.
yeah,
You know,
okay.
I'm a big Minolta fan.
yes. So, all right, I showed you the Minolta stuff, man. So, all right, but anyway, like I said, it's much easier. That's why medium format lenses are much easier to design actually than 35. It's very tough to design lenses for 35 millimeter.
So,
Can you
a lot easier.
Talk about, because it's on the, I'm gonna move you back here and put the chart back up here again. As you stated earlier, the amount, the adapters for mirrorless cameras is, well, pretty much not there, other than, you know, Sony E mount with the Nikon, you know, using Nikon.
Yes.
But now we have a little area over here. I don't know if you can see me pointing to the square underneath.
Yeah, just read it to me. Just show me the mounts, and I'll tell you.
So you have more options if you're adapting to an F mount DSLR body than a mirrorless body.
Yes,
so
you do.
Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, you can adapt more lenses to the Nikon F mount than what most people think. You can adapt anything that is medium format to the Nikon F mount, with the exception of some rangefinder cameras. Okay. Any other camera that's medium format, any camera that goes beyond 645, you can adapt on the Nikon F mount. And the Nikon F mount has an advantage over other DSLRs, okay? And actually, the small mount opening that I was just telling you was challenging for Nikon is actually an advantage when it comes to medium format, because due to the smaller opening, less negative light comes in, okay? All right, you know, you get better contrast out of it. Nikon, out of all the lenses you can adapt medium format to out of 35 millimeter, gives the best micro contrast. And it may be because of that. I could be wrong, okay? All right. Also, the medium format lenses look better on Panasonic sensors. Panasonic sensors deliver better contrast than Sony sensors. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Okay.
Albert,
I don't know if somebody disagrees with what I'm saying, but there's a reason why Leica uses like Panasonic sensors.
Oh, Albert, any suggestions on which brand of adapters to go for? Because there's so many cheap ones and expensive.
Capone.
Oh, keep on. Okay.
Capone, yeah. They're excellent. The inner coatings are the best. They have the best.
Novaflex? How's that?
Novaflex, it depends, because what happens is you have budget adapters and you have high quality adapters. I will go with the higher quality adapter. And if you cannot do that, if you're buying dummy adapters, the best advice I can give you is to buy Black 2.0 and paint the inner coatings of the adapter. Okay. If you see like any gloss inside of an adapter, paint it with flat paint.
You want it to be flat. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, flat. Non-reflective flat paint. Okay.
So this is adapting lenses to the F mount or to the Z mount?
To any mount. Even more so with the Z mount, because it's longer. You're gonna have more negative. The lenses have better medium format lenses. For some reason, give better micro contrast on the Nikon F mount than any other mount I've ever tried it on. Now, a lot of people are,
So the word is here: don't get rid of your DSLRs.
no,
People.
don't get rid of it. And I'll tell you something else. A lot of people are not aware of this. Okay, and when people think of optical coatings, generally they only think of the lens. There are other parts of the camera that have also that are multi-coated, but they're multi-coated also. One is the viewfinder, and the one that nobody ever talks about that has this is something that has multi-coating in the camera, and it's the mirror.
Which one?
The mirror has multi-coating for optics. Okay, a lot of people are not aware of that. That's why they tell you don't put your finger on the mirror. Okay, all right. You got a dirty mirror, you're not gonna get contrast out of the lens. Okay, it's that simple. Okay, I've changed mirrors and cameras. I see what happens. Okay, it changes the camera when you change a mirror. I put different brands. I got a custom mirror maker that makes mirrors for a lot of cameras. And when I change the mirror, it's usually for the better because I'm changing older mirrors. Okay, but sometimes it doesn't work, and that's because mirrors have optical coatings, and people are not aware of that.
But Albert, I'm asking out of ignorance, but the mirror is only important for the viewfinder. As soon as you're going to take the picture, the mirror flips and it doesn't interfere the quality of the image.
That's beyond my realm of understanding, Gustavo. I wish I could answer that for you. All right. If I don't know something, I would be the first to tell you.
Right.
But I can definitely tell you that mirrors have multi-coating.
No, that I believe. Because
Well,
that I believe.
You know why it might matter, Gustavo? It might matter because remember if it's an autofocus DSLR, your autofocus sensor gets a certain amount of light that gets directed to that autofocus sensor. So maybe depending on the quality of the mirror, if the quality of the mirror gets degraded due to dirt or grime, that autofocus sensor might not be getting the best information, and then your autofocus performance may not be as good.
No, Albert is 100% correct. I mean, I used to panic touching the mirror. I mean, not only that you can get dirty mirror, but also misalign, and that's a big trouble. Correct? But you're correct, Jeff. Sometimes the metering of the camera has to go through the mirror. The autofocus has to go through because depending where the autofocus sensor is or the metering sensor. I think even Mr. Wood talk about a little bit about that, correct? Where is the sensor with respect to the pentaprism, correct? So anyway, so Albert, you still haven't explained to me this magic of the booster. How does booster work? Because
I can send you photos here. Let me get one. Hold on, let me get it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I got one right here. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Oh my God, I wanted to. I got her. Oh my God, I got a disaster here. Oh my God. No, listen to me. Look, bastard. One box of the bastards, right? Look at that. I got about 20 there. Okay. All right. Watch this. This is insanity. I got about 30 right here.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hold on.
You have more.
Believe me, when I was talking to
These are
Albert,
all custom. These are custom adapters. Look at that. Look at that.
his living area, by the time he was done showing me stuff when we talked earlier, was just covered with stuff.
I got about 50 right here.
Wow.
Okay. And I have about another 20 right here.
Oh my God.
Very good. Very good.
Hey, Albert, Albert, I got a question regarding medium format again. Most of the medium formats on the market are 4x4.3s, right? And then with 100 megapixel being the max. If they wanted to do 150 or beyond, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
Therefore, you have to go to phase 1 size, correct?
Yes, you have to go to digital back.
Like phase 1?
Yes, you have to go to digital back. I've been saying this. I've been saying this, and I've been preaching it. High megapixel cameras are a gimmick. Okay.
Right.
Anybody that puts 100 megapixels in a 35 millimeter sensor is out of their mind. Okay, because the sensor, the pixel density suffers. Okay, that's like when you get these cameras that got these 12 megapixel CG sensor cameras, 6 megapixel cameras. Okay, with the CG sensor, the megapixel is much bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Your
So when you get a
photon
camera like that and compare it to a 100 megapixel camera, it's like taking the eye of a horse in comparison to the eye of a bird.
Right.
Then the lens needs to get sharper and sharper and sharper and clinically sharper. And what are we going to be left with?
Yeah.
Right,
If you
right.
cram more
So
megapixels
a
onto
phase
the-
one is
onto
a 645, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
645.
The
Okay.
phase one?
So most of the
I did see
back
something.
Yeah, the
All
more
right, so
megapixels you cram on the
45.
same size sensor, the smaller your pixel sizes are, and they don't capture enough information
No, the
because
color saturation stinks.
and the image is just going to go to hell. So
Yeah.
everybody that wants 100 megapixels on an SLR, you need to go see a doctor as soon as possible and have a consultation with Dr. Phil or somebody.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
It's a big. You do not want that. You do not
No, you don't.
want that. And even the 61 megapixels that are out there now is a bit of a stretch of the imagination.
Yes, it is.
Right there. I mean, the optimum is basically that 45 to 50 megapixel range and not beyond that. And so, as Roy said, start worrying about getting 16-bit in these cameras and having better dynamic range, because that's where you're going to see the biggest improvement with your photography, not the megapixel wars. Get over the megapixel wars. I mean,
Roy's
really
100% correct.
And
That's why I still
Jeff
got the
and
heck of red
Albert, that's why for these mirrorless camera, they have been going from 1.8 to 1.2, because the impact of diffraction on high megapixel camera is less the most light you get into the sensor, correct? So one of the reasons why they have been moving towards higher aperture is because that allows them to have the best resolution possible in the higher megapixel cameras, correct? But then you have to shoot it wide open all the time, correct? It's just top down, then you introduce diffraction again. Okay?
Photography, you gain something, you lose something.
Exactly.
That will never change.
Exactly.
No,
that will
it's
never
all
change.
compromise.
It's all a compromise. Everything is photography. Everything.
So Albert, again, I'm going to, since we are here in a conversation, correct?
Yes.
I need to press you because I don't understand it, correct? I'm looking for people
Gustavo,
like you.
You're welcome to call me and chat with me anytime.
Exactly. How these boosters? I never heard about this. What is this? How can you make a lens that is 3.5 or 2.8? How do you do that? It's
magic. It's magic.
Exactly.
I have a lot of them.
Gustavo, it's made by Elon Musk, so anything is possible.
Let me get one. I'm going to get you one right now. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can find one.
It's basically a spacer with a little lens in it. The problem is the quality of the lens is usually crap.
Oh, okay. So there's an optical element, Roy.
Yeah, it's an optical element that spreads the light.
Okay, exactly.
Is
You've never seen a speed booster?
No.
Where is Albert? What country? He's in where in the East Coast?
New York.
He's in New York, as far as I know. New York, New Jersey. I think New York.
I don't know where the hell I put it. All right, but I want to show John something for John. John was asking me one time, I remember, what do you do with enlargers? Okay, and I'm going to show you what you do with enlargers, John. You take a lens like this, right? You see this here? This is the Albert H. Shot, okay? Lens. It's a German lens. It goes with the camera that Mr. Wu was talking about. Okay? Yeah. Watch this. This is a 4x5 enlarger, Schneider. Okay?
Yeah,
105.
Good German optics.
Okay?
Good German optics.
Awesome micro contrast. Watch what happens. I added this to this lens. It's not a part of this lens. See that? What goes there is this here. This is the original lens.
Ah,
Yeah, works perfectly. Okay, great micro contrast. Okay, fantastic. This is the original lens, and I could just switch. Great separation.
Wow.
nice.
Yeah.
Albert's like a
Dr. Frankenstein.
toy maker that used to work for Santa, and Santa got frustrated with all the gadgets that Albert was making, so he kicked them out of the workshop.
If anyone wants to see this lens in action, I'll take photos and show them to you guys. Okay, all right. I call it the Flana. Instead of the Plana, this is the Flana. Phenomenal.
With an F.
Phenomenal 3D pop. It's Schneider. Okay, don't forget that.
Schneider.
It's Schneider.
Schneider's
Okay,
Yeah, I
all
used it many times.
Yeah. And anybody that knows anything about optics knows that the micro contrast and Schneider lenses is just as good as anything that is out there.
And that was used for originally for what purpose, Albert?
This is an enlarger. Okay, for printing.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, this is an enlarger. Okay, Schneider's awesome at making large format lenses and enlargers. Okay, they're one of the best in the business. Okay, and the beauty about Schneider
format lenses for the Rolleiflex.
Yes, the Schneider medium format lenses are among the absolute best on the planet. The Schneider Contain, okay, the one that they have for the 6.6 system, the German 6.6 system, the Exata, what is it? Okay, those lenses, you cannot buy them. I had them, I sold them, and I regret it because ever since then, everyone that has those lenses does not sell them. Okay, they're incredible. I'm not talking about the Schneider and the Mamiya medium format. That's okay. That's so. Okay.
So,
all right.
So Albert, so you chose the Schneider lens portion. How many millimeters is that Schneider lens?
This is 105.
105.
Okay. All right. And this here is a 135 M42 lens. Okay. All right. But there's something that a lot of people are not aware of. The camera company that this is, the A-Shot lens, is a German lens company. They have a lot of lenses that are awesome. This lens company was created by one of the engineers at Carl Zeiss. Okay, he left them. Okay, I think he made a design. He designed the Zonar design. Okay, and one of the engineers from Schneider also merged with him and created this company. So this lens in DNA is Schneider and Carl Zeiss. Okay, so this has the pedigree behind it.
So that portion, the black portion, Albert, that is basically, there is no optical portion in the black, correct?
Yes. That's the regular lens right here. You see that? This is the enlarger, and this is the lens that came with it.
Oh, okay.
You see? Look at that. Okay.
Nice. Are great for macro.
Yeah. This has a lot of aperture blades. The Schneider lenses have about 20 to 18 aperture blades. And so do the Albert H shot lenses also. Okay.
Yeah,
the old lenses.
Everybody gets excited when you're talking 20 aperture blades. Nowadays, everybody gets excited when you have
a lot of those.
Gives you 12, right?
I have a lot of those.
A lot of lenses are 9. A lot of lenses are 9, and the higher end lenses, like the Plena, is 12. So the more, the better. The better you know.
I mean, I have the original Biotar, and it has about 18 aperture blades. The black version, the real version, not the silver one or the halos. Okay, that has about 18. I have about 5 or 8 lenses that have about 18 or more 20 aperture blades. They're all German. Okay, that's a German thing. So, on all German lenses.
So let me ask a question, Albert. You think Zeiss would ever make new updated mirrorless lenses?
A lot of people feel that Zeiss is out of photography, man. I'm shocked that they hadn't released anything. I'm surprised. They separated with Sony, and no one said a word about it. Everybody went silent.
Well, it's
They
part
just
of
released some new cinema
Cosina.
lenses that I saw like last week.
Yeah.
And I saw they have clearances on the Zeiss, Otus, Milvus line, B&H is selling them. The camera store over in Malaysia is out of my clearance.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like a harbinger to say, hey, they want to clear out the old stuff and bring something new?
Yeah. Like I said, it's a great question you ask, man. It's a great question because everybody's asking. What's the protocols? That's what everybody's asking me. I'm not surprised you're asking me this because I'm just as intrigued by the question as you are. Only I can't answer it.
I went to
Nobody can. Everybody's waiting.
I went to a military show, where all the it was called Defense Asia, where all the Lockheed Martin and the gun companies and all these guys come together to sell weapons to third world countries, right? So Zeiss was there, and they had a big display of lenses for, I don't know, for spaceships and gun cameras and all that, made in Germany. But I it looks like they're out of the consumer.
No more camera lenses.
Because Cosina
spotting scope,
was the owner.
Sniper scope.
I'm sure they're probably still doing industrial optics and microscope stuff like that.
A lot of it was military, Jeffrey. They're just gigantic. They put them in the, like the Reapers and the Raptor drones and who knows what. I think that's where the money is at. But Cosina was, manufactured. Cosina, was it Voigtlander?
Cosina made the Voigtlander and the Zeiss.
What's that?
Well,
I'm glad make them for Voigtlander.
Albert, I want you to kind of, well, you kind of already did a little bit, is to I'm just gonna throw this thing up again real quick and just let everybody know, there's some good information in here. We threw something together relatively quick. I had Albert review it for accuracy, and it's accurate. Basically, if you want to get a copy of this, send me an email. I have it as a PDF file. I can send it to you as an attachment, and you have something. And then Albert's kind of, I wanted him to kind of put a teaser out there, what we could talk about. Him and I will chat some more and try to talk about putting together something for another show. And a lot of that is some of what he's starting to talk about now with these custom adapters that he does and medium format to 35 millimeter and projector. He one time on Chuck's show, he was showing adapters he made for projection lenses to get used on these cameras and things like that. So, Albert, I'm going to leave it up to you. If I'm just going to throw out a scenario and you have to be comfortable with it if you want to do this or not. If there's somebody out there that has a specific application, because, like I said, you worked in Santa's workshop for many decades and you didn't tell anybody. If there's somebody out there that has a unique application where they want to have an adapter for a certain lens to a certain camera, I'll leave it up to you if you want to share your email or something where people
you can give my email out. You can give it out.
Contact you, and you could tell them whether you can make them something or not.
For this community, absolutely.
So Jeff, why you and Albert
free of charge too.
Why you and Albert go through that slide and
okay,
so with the zoning and
all right, we'll go through the slide. Okay, here we go. All right, I got the old one here. Okay,
so
all right.
This is all, you go from right to left. So we were all looking at lens adapters to adapt either a Sony E mount, a Canon RF mount, or a Leica L mount. Can it be adapted to the Z mount? So you're going right to left.
The only thing you can adapt to the Z mount is a Sony.
Right. The only one you can adapt to the Z mount is the Sony using the Megadapt ET-Z21, which is like $250.
Yes.
Everything else. Everything else you can't adapt because you got the differences in the flange back distance and stuff like that.
Yes.
But couldn't you adapt
right now there's nothing.
Isn't the
Not really
EF
much.
mount adaptable to the ZF, to the Z mount?
Excuse me?
EF. Oh, I'm sorry, Canon
EF, yeah, the Canon EF, absolutely, it's awesome. I have the autofocus adapter here for it. As a matter of fact, I adapt the Canon 85 1.2 to my Nikon Z. I also have the Canon 135. Okay, I also adapt that to the Nikon Z, and I have the 200 2.8, which I also adapt to the Nikon Z, and I also adapted to the Fujifilm with autofocus, and I also adapted to Fujifilm with a speed boost on top of that, so I can get a field of view of 0.95 when I have the 1.2 lens with autofocus. I can show you guys that as well.
Now, what we did on the far left underneath the camera body was to talk specifically about adapters that are available that you can get to adapt. You got a Monster adapter, LA-FE1 adapts the F mount Nikon glass to the Sony E mount. That's $329.
Yeah. Those are the autofocus ones.
Autofocus
with electrical contacts.
Yeah. Now they're also coming out with a soon-to-be released Monster adapter called the LA-FE2, and that's going to allow the use of F-mount screw drive lenses, AFD lenses, to work on the Sony E-mount, since it's going to have a built-in focus and aperture motors within the adapter. Now, I don't think that's come out yet, but it's due to come out soon. So what I think all the Nikon faithful are hoping for is if they can make an adapter to adapt a AFD lens, Nikon lens, with a screw mount autofocus system to a Sony body, that maybe somehow, and they might have to get permission from Nikon, I don't know, to come up with a mount for, an F mount, an AFD lens to get mounted on a Z mount camera and be able to drive the autofocus, autofocus mechanism in the lens via screw drive. And that's what a lot of people have been bemoaning about and complaining about, that they want it so they can use their old glass. So when you see somebody that's doing it from the old Nikon glass to the Sony, you get your hopes up, hoping that they're going to be able to do it for F mount to Z mount, and time will tell. I mean, I'm not a magician. They
will. They have no choice now.
It's going to put
now that Sony did it, they have no choice but to do it.
Yeah.
I can't. Now that Sony has done it, they have no choice but to do it, because now they've been exposed. Nikon has been exposed. Shame on Nikon for not doing this. And I love Nikon.
People have been asking for that, because it would have made sense if all these old lenses that people can use, if you made like the FTC with a screw mount, with a screwdriver on it.
Yeah, absolutely, Wayne. You imagine, Wayne, being the king, having a marketing campaign of being the king of backwards compatibility all the way to the 60s? Who can say that?
Yeah.
I can drop the ball on this one.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I can't be a fanboy. I have to tell the truth.
I think the only reason they didn't do it, and I hate to say it, because actually Steve Perry on his channel did an interview with a couple of Nikon lens designers recently, and he did a video on it where he queried them with questions, and he brought up that situation. And they basically just the way they worded it was, we understand that people want it, but it's not a priority for us, because we're working on trying to make more glass for the Z mount system, and that's our priority. And I think that was kind of like a
baloney.
A safe answer for them to say without getting themselves in too much trouble. But I think they kind of already got themselves in trouble. But I think reality is they're just trying to maximize their profits. And if you're able to use a 60s lens on a current day camera, you may not be buying a Z-mount lens, and they want you to buy the latest and greatest glass, and
Yes,
there's
they
no
do.
doubt that the latest and greatest glass, it for the most part is going to be better, but it's also going to be, not everybody has, as they say, bags of cash, okay, and they want to be able to use stuff that they were loyal customers decades ago, and they want to be able to use that stuff. But time will tell. I think it's a marketing nightmare for them right now.
It is. It is. It is. And I said it from the beginning that you cannot duplicate those lenses. That is the finest micro contrast lens that's available with autofocus. Okay, aside from the 645 size. Okay, those are the only lenses with autofocus that are better than the Nikon f-mount lenses. Other than that, there's nothing better. The 645 size. Okay, for the contacts. Okay, that's the best. The second best is Nikon. There's nothing that comes close, and you cannot duplicate those lenses. I don't care what you tell me. Okay, you cannot duplicate the 28D. Okay, all right, the 28 millimeter D 1.4. Okay, you can't buy that lens. Go look online how much that lens costs, and you're gonna see why nobody wants to let go of it. The 200 macro also still expensive. Has not dropped in price. Okay. All right, has not dropped. The 108 AI has not dropped in price. You cannot get that lens for less than $500. And if you get it for $500, that's dirt cheap.
Well, the one that I talked about earlier that I'm going to be talking about in a video in the next couple of weeks, the 135 f2.
Yes, awesome.
That they actually have a refurbed one on Nikon's website right now, Nikon USA website, a refurbed one, and it's $1,100.
Wow.
As a refurb.
Excellent lens, that.
What focal length was that again?
135 f2 defocus control lens.
Awesome lens. Both the Nikon and the Canon 135 are awesome.
And there was a G lens, correct?
Both. I'm talking about the EF. I'm talking about the EF, the original EF one. That lens is perfect, the 135. You don't have to do nothing to it. And you don't have to do nothing to the 105 DC. Those are lenses that you leave alone.
So question for both of you on this issue of the screwdriver to aim the mount, correct? Which was to drive the lenses, the autofocus, correct?
Right.
That was introduced from the D. Is the last one that had the screwdrivers, and then on the G they drop it.
They started using the with the D. They started that did not start when they went to the G. It started towards the tail end of the D. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Because some of the old D lenses have internal autofocusing. Some of the older ones. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So it started towards the tail end. Okay. Of the D series.
Yeah. And then you had bodies. Then you had some bodies that would work with the full electronic control, but also could still do the screw drive lenses as well. And then eventually, all of a sudden, that feature just went away, and the body could they got rid of the motor in the body to drive those lenses, and then it was only full electronic.
And do you remember which camera was the one that dropped completely on the camera side? The mount.
It's still on the. I got the F4. On the F4, they still had it. I know that.
Okay. What about the D300, the D300 or the D800? I think at the time they still have the capability or not.
D300s, D100? No, I don't. I don't know. You could tell quick enough. You just get a snapshot of the body. You see that little. You see that little. Looks like a flat blade screwdriver sticking out from the mount. You'll know. But
D300 still got it.
All of the Nikon entry level cameras did not have the screwdriver.
Yeah, it's only the upper ones.
Yeah, it's once you got past the D700 and the D90, you have to get above that. You have to get above the
Taking off,
D700
everybody.
to get that.
John's taking off because his stomach's grumbling. He's got to get food in his stomach.
Good
So,
night.
John, we're gonna
Hey,
thank you,
We'll see
Albert,
you later, John.
Take
We'll
care.
see you later.
you guys,
Bye bye.
Give their
Albert,
regards to
thank
Mr.
you very
Wu.
much. I learned incredible amount. Thank you again. Very, very great.
Thank you. I learned from you, man. I learned from all you guys.
And the rest of you guys, we'll see you next week, huh?
Yep, take it
Okay,
easy.
John.
And stay tuned for my channel. You got more vintage stuff coming.
I'll be watching.
Hey, John, I thought you were the vintage stuff.
I got 2 more years. 3 more.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Yeah, John.
See you later.
Bye.
The last let me just get this out of the way here. The last one on the slide here was the Nikon F mount can be adapted to the L mount Panasonic / Leica via the Photo Diox DLX lens adapter, and that's $130. So you do have, as Albert said, you have a lot more flexibility on adapting to the DSLRs than you do the mirrorless system.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. Speaking of the L mount, Nikon glass looks fantastic on Panasonic sensors, and you already have the proof with the Nikon D700. Okay, it looks great. So if you have L mount, get some Nikon glass. I highly recommend it because the sensor and the lenses pair perfectly.
So we're going to have
About
to
this
get
bad boy.
together, Albert, and come up with a plan of attack for your next next visit.
The photos I sent you illustrates a lot of what I've been saying, but it's too late to open it now. We'll save it for another day.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll open it up.
Yeah, we'll save it for another day.
Between after the show and before we talk again, and then we can always backtrack a little bit and show some of the pictures before we start on the next.
Yes.
Round.
Yes. I have about 4 lenses that have never been seen on a digital body. One is the Konica Omega 90, okay, and the Fujifilm 680. They have never been seen on a digital body, never.
So
And you guys are going to be the first to see it. We're going to make history.
Oh, wow.
So Albert,
I'm not joking.
Yeah.
I am not joking.
Yeah, I got a question for you. I remember one time you mentioned that you were adapting projector lenses.
Yes, absolutely.
Now
I love them.
Exactly, and they're big, correct? Because they're
awesome.
They meant to work with projectors, but those don't have they don't have blades because they're never supposed to
Yes,
work.
they don't have blades, and that's that is a plus, not a negative.
Of course, but I mean that you only shooting one aperture, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it's an advantage. Because you get perfect bokeh balls.
Exactly.
You get perfect circular bokeh balls, especially if you are using a projection lens that's a medium format projection lens. Because now, same deal again, you're getting into the center cut. I'll give you an example of it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Here we have a Leica projection lens right here. I put this on the Nikon F mount. This is the 150 1.8, 150 2.8 on for 6x6. Okay, this has killer bokeh. It's Leica. It's a Leica. Okay, so it's not cheap. All right, I have like a lens hood there that I taped on it. Okay, I have an M42 that I put on the Nikon F mount, and I get focus, no problem at all. Okay, no glass in the back needed. Okay, and over here I have a monster. Okay, look at this. I also put this on the Nikon F mount also as well. Okay, it is a Rolly. Look at this. This is in the German. All right, look at it. Look at that glass.
And those were used to. Those were used to.
Raleigh. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. Look at the back of that. Look at the back of that.
I put
Giant.
Albert's email in the chat, everybody. So if you got a specific adapter that you want made and pay the guy handsomely for it, email him, work it out with him. And I know he would be more than happy to try to help you out. So his email is now in the chat.
And Double Park Media at Gmail.
Yeah, doubleparkmedia@gmail.com.
That's right. One day you guys are going to get to see this, okay? So,
And this is so these lenses were for big cinemas and big projects.
yeah, so like a movie theater.
Exactly.
This is big. This is big. Look at the back of that.
See, Albert adapts stuff that no Sony user is going to use because they like Sony because it's small and light.
Yeah, no.
And,
I can adapt small too.
And
I can adapt small.
what Albert's doing in some cases, it ain't small and it ain't light, but it works.
I adapt small, Jeffrey. I'll show you here. Okay.
Uh-oh, I got him going, guys. You got to blame me.
Look at this. Look at this one here, baby.
Oh man.
Call size. Look at this.
What about larger lenses? Aren't they good for converting?
Oh yeah, I showed you one right here. Right, look.
I love them as macro lenses.
Yeah, they're awesome. Especially the Snyders. Believe me, Jeffrey saw what I did, and he was scratching his head. He thought I was nuts.
Yeah. No, I had to go to the bar afterwards when I was done.
You guys, if you guys see what I have here, you lose your mind. My friends told me, I was talking to Ted, and he told me that I should have a YouTube channel, that it's a crime that I don't have one.
You should.
You should. And I think the thing that people don't realize is the Schneider glass was in a lot of the old folding bellows cameras in the early 1900s.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of them had Schneider lenses on them. I mean,
to this day, Schneider's still good. They're a large format company. Okay, they create big glass with micro contrast. The Schneider optics, alike. They're called size-like. Okay, right. If you try those Schneider medium format lenses for the 6.6 system, the contain. Oh man, oh my God, you don't know. You have to see it to believe it.
TLRs don't count.
Huh?
TLRs, here you go. Schneider lenses on the
That's right, baby. Let them show, Jeffrey.
There you go.
Should I break one? Should I show one at least, Jeffrey? Jeffrey's trying to trick me. He's trying to trick me, Jeffrey.
I'm setting you up.
All right, I'm gonna show one, Jeffrey.
All right, show one.
Which one you want me to bring out? I'll let you pick it. I know. Look, I'll get one. I'll get something.
No. If those of you in the chat, if you can get a hold of Schneider glass, that you can adapt, you don't even think twice about it. You don't even think twice about it.
But the point that Albert is making is that size matter, correct? Because basically, if you have a big, and that's why, for instance, those super prime f4, f2.8, I mean, the glass is so big that then you have, a lot of light passing through. Obviously, it's good glass, correct? And they create a sharpest, best possible image, correct? The same with the projector lenses.
Oh yeah. Now bringing up the big boy now.
When you have the larger diameter mount, it forces you to have larger and heavier glass. I mean, but you're benefiting from the optical quality, but the negative is the weight and the size.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here we have the Texas Leica 6x9 medium format. 2 cameras. Right here. I got the 180. Look at that scope on top. Okay. Look at the optics. Look at the coatings on that. 6x9 Fujifilm. Okay. Here we have another same camera. Okay. But this one has the meter there. You can see this is 6x9. This is monstrous, man. Okay. This is medium format. Okay.
Yeah. And as the,
All right.
the separate that sensor for exposure is independent of, it's not, of the camera body.
Yes.
Yeah.
It will work, but it'll only work a 500th of a second. Okay. All right. If you don't have a battery for the sensor, for the meter. Okay. So this is big right here. Okay. This is not a toy. This will blow anything out of the water. Okay. This will blow. This is like the wolf. A huff and I'll blow your house. 6x9. Okay. Got two of them for portrait. This is the 180. You've never seen this one. This is rare. Very rare. You see the 90 millimeter, you see the 90 millimeter a lot, you see. Okay. In the 65. You rarely see the 180. Okay. I got it right here. In mint, pristine condition. It doesn't even have a scratch on it. No fungus, no dust, no nothing. It's practically brand new.
Now, for those that have never used medium format or are not familiar with medium format, you're familiar with the APS-C sensors in a mirrorless camera versus a full frame sensor, and you have that crop factor 1.4, 1.5, depending on the manufacturer, of your APS-C, and you want to know what the 35 millimeter equivalent is. Okay, you got to multiply it by 1.4 or 1.5. Well, when you go medium format, it's the other way around. You have numbers less than 1. So normally on a 6x9 camera, if it's a 90 millimeter, say it's a 90 millimeter lens for a 6x9 camera, you're going to multiply that number by 0.43, and that's going to be what your focal length would be on a 35 millimeter camera. So, just for those that don't delve into the medium format stuff, don't think that a 90 millimeter lens on a medium format behaves the same as a 90 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter camera, because it doesn't. It's
Jeff, and what Albert was talking about, that there is always trade-off, correct? In the past, correct, when we were from to 35 millimeters to medium format, we go in medium format or larger format, we benefit for the amount of emulsion that was in the film, correct? Because the size of the grain of the crystals in the film, it was the same, correct? So you want the high resolution, you have to go more film, correct?
Yeah.
So it's the same trade-off that we have to make now. Obviously, the pixels can go smaller up to a point, but we probably reached the limit of how small they can get, correct?
Yeah.
And the thing
with the any of the medium format cameras is obviously they're not general purpose cameras. You're not going to use a medium format camera to do bird and flight photography. You're not going to use a medium format camera to take pictures at the Indy 500. Okay. Exactly. You just can't do it. Okay. They don't have the advanced autofocus systems, and they don't have the speed and so on and so forth. So they're more for portraiture and weddings and landscape photography, especially. It's a different product for specific genres, not general purpose.
So Albert, open the back of one of those cameras so that people can see the space that the film occupy. Okay?
Oh yeah.
If you don't have anything, of course, if you don't have any filming any of those, correct?
No, there's no filming.
Well, if you hear him swear, you'll know that he forgot.
When I was in Hong Kong the other day, there was a guy on the street taking photographs with a Mamiya, gigantic camera. I'm like, everybody's using the regular DSLRs and mirrorless camera, street photography, and he has the Mamiya. We're like, what the heck?
Yeah.
No tripod, just hand holding and shooting.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is mint. Look at that.
That's big. It's huge.
I'll tell you,
Has it ever been
though,
used?
what you find out though, when you do street photography, you'll have people argue, street photographers like to use the Leicas because they're small, they're inconspicuous, they don't draw, you're not drawing attention to yourself, so on and so forth. But I'll tell you what, when you walk around with a Raleigh, or my friend's got a Yashica mat, my friend Bob uses a Yashica mat, and we go out and we shoot with those cameras, people are so intrigued by knowing that they're old cameras that they almost want you to take a picture of them with those cameras. So for everybody that tries to say, oh, if it's not small like a Leica or a real small Raleigh like this that you could fit in your pocket, you can't do street photography. Well, that's horsepucky, because you could go out there with a TLR like a Mamiya C330 or C3 or something like that, and people have no problem with you using that because they don't feel threatened by that camera, even though it's big. They know, oh, that's an old camera, and they almost enjoy it. They almost enjoy you taking a picture with it. It's totally different.
Yeah.
Thank you, Albert, for joining.
Albert, you can stay on as long as you want. I think we're going to table further discussion for another show.
All right, I'll log off. I'll let you guys take over. Thank you for having me.
I want to thank you, like, yay much for your time.
Yes,
and,
I'm going to hang around.
And you're a special part of the community. And as they say, we love you, man. You know.
Thank you. I love you guys too.
One thing, Albert, here, when you want to show some of the images, because we have been doing this with Jeff for a while, correct? When you want to choose one of your images and show the image quality, it is much better if you, instead of sending the image to Jeff, that you share it from your computer.
I'll send it to you.
No, but you can share here with everybody.
Okay.
But
you could just go into the
share mode.
The third there, you got the mute.
All right.
Button, you got the disable camera button, and the third one over with the square box with the arrow. You could do a screen share, so you could actually have your photos on your computer, do a screen share, and everybody will see it.
Exactly. Okay. Then you can zoom in.
You don't even have to send it to me. You could just share it.
Exactly.
So Gustavo, I could send you some photos of explaining all of this, and you can talk to me or any one of you. I'm available in the morning. I don't have to go to bed till 11. I don't have to go to work till like noon. I work in the alcohol business, so.
No, Albert, that's fantastic. It's
so we just got it has a hangover if you try to call him at 7 a.m. You got to wait till at least 10.
I'm at the gym at that time, actually.
we just want to capture. We just want to capture and record here your wisdom, correct? And by you having more control, you can show the images and
Gustavo,
zoom in, zoom out.
Well, I'll answer any question you want.
The next time, Albert,
I'll even do it in private.
Files open on your computer and just do the share, and then you can walk through it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
No iPhone. The only thing is you have to go behind your computer, okay? Because it's better for not from the iPhone, but
yes. I tried, but there's something wrong with my camera. My Logitech. I think I may have deleted the program accidentally.
Oh,
okay. So I got to reinstall the camera. Okay. When I went out with Chuck on the live stream, I had no problem sharing my screen and all those things.
Exactly.
For some reason, the last 2 times I logged on, I cannot. So I have to reinstall the camera, see what's happening. Okay. If not, I'll just have to use my DSLR. I have that monkey stuff, the USB stuff. I have it. Okay. So that you can connect your camera to. Okay. So like I said, Gustavo, you're welcome to call me anytime. You can have my number. Anyone here in this community is welcome to ask me any question at any given moment. I'll answer them for free. I love you guys. I got you guys put up with my nonsense, so I have to get back.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. You get the fireworks, baby.
We love your
I'm all yours.
we love your madness here.
Thank you, guys.
We love that what you do, because that's not the kind of thing I do, because I'm not so much in vintage camera or adapting my camera. I'm more into the leading edge of what I can get with it. But I love what you do, because that's important, correct? It's all this issue of backward compatibility, explaining the physics, why certain lenses are better. That's important. Okay, that's very important.
Yes, it is, and there's very few people. Albert, Roy, John. They've touched a lot of gear over their careers. They've used a lot of different lenses. They've used a lot of different formats. Medium format. But in terms of some of the real oddball stuff, there's only one guy. Right? There's only one guy
exactly
right here that's done some stuff that, like I said, Santa kicked them out of the workshop. But
he took all his adapters with him, though.
I had a lie here. It said I had 30 adapters, because if I would have told the truth on what I had you not seen it, you would have called me a liar. I have over 150 adapters here, and I can count every single one.
Wow.
Crazy.
Albert, you're welcome to stay on as long as you want for the rest of the show.
All right. I'm going to log off and get a bite to eat, but I will be in the comment section. I'm not leaving.
Okay.
I'm just getting off camera, but I will remain on the live stream. So if anybody has questions,
muchas gracias.
Okay, I'm going to stick around. I'm not leaving. Okay. I'm just going to leave the camera, and I can, eat cookies. Okay.
Eat cookies. now that you did your talk, I gotta have a drink. All
right. Okay. I'm going to the comment section, guys. Good night.
Good night.
I'll be here.
Thank you very
Bye.
much. And
he's gonna tell 66. I'm very jealous.
Like I said, folks, you want this cheat sheet? I will put up my. Give me a second here. I gotta. Come on.
So Jeff, since you have you have that great discussion with Albert here, and you have this. So the fact that you can adapt almost all the system to the Nikon, but not the other one.
The F mount.
But then you can adapt the Nikon to the other mounts because of the design. Do you think that obviously that was done by Nikon for the purpose of having the best image quality in their own camera? But do you think there was a little bit of a tactical decision as well?
Oh yeah, they planned ahead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that's the only reason why you're not seeing that screwdriver adapter.
Exactly.
They know that the people our age, okay, let's be honest, they know that people our age have a handful of those lenses. Roy probably has 100 of them or more, and that they would love to have that adapter. But at the same time, they're a business, right? They got to answer to shareholders. They got to have a certain amount of profit margin, so on and so forth. And so I think even though they know that the community, a good percentage of the community wants that, I don't think they want to cut their own throat. They want to make you buy the Z mount lenses. I mean, just look at the fact that there was an announcement, Nikon Rumors, a month ago or so said, oh, well, they're not going to be making any more F mount glass anymore. And then Petapixel talked to Nikon, got a little different story that wasn't totally true. But you already know from in the past 2 years how many lenses have been discontinued, that process is going to continue a little at a time, a little at a time, a little at a time. And eventually, yes, you will get to the point where they are not making any F-mount glass anymore. And they'll support it for probably a good decade or more after that. But they want you buying the Z mount lenses. I mean, that's their bread and butter. I mean, they're making more money, I'm sure, on the lenses than they are on the bodies.
I'm sure.
There's no doubt about it. They're making more on the lens, and they have to when you think about it, because you buy a high quality lens, unless if you're like your typical serious amateur, even semi-pro type of guy, you baby your stuff. You know, you're not trying to bang it around or whatever. You know, like professional photographers, man, a lot of their lenses look like they went through World War II. You know, I mean, they're all beat up, and they're all they can't put lens filters on anymore because it's not round anymore on the front. They banged it up and everything. You know, and you know, so they want you to buy the new stuff. It's as simple as that. You know, it's as simple as that. But now with that other brand, with being able to adapt to Sony, that's going to put the screws to them a little bit. That's going to put the pressure on them a little bit, and you may see a change in their thinking in the next 6 months on that subject.
And particularly because one of the big things that certainly was attracted to me on these 40 years that I have been using or more, it was the backward compatibility, correct? That was one of the strengths of Nikon. That's why the F-mount have been almost from the beginning, correct? So if you have any F-mount lens, it works with all the cameras without an adapter until now, correct?
Yeah.
But so definitely you think it was a smart technical and tactical decision to make that flange on that that specific dimension.
They've wanted to do it for many years, I think.
Yeah.
So other your lenses can work with others, so that makes it easy for somebody else to, but the other lenses cannot work with you, correct?
Well, what it allows them to do, and one shouldn't assume they're going to do this for every lens, but it gives them the opportunity to optimize a lens to that diameter and flange distance, to optimize a lens if they're willing to pour all their resources in it and come up with a lens that no one else is going to be able to match it. You know, when you get into the minutia and you want to look at the MTF charts and really get kind of silly about it, you're going to win the battle because of the mount that you have.
Exactly.
Now, but if you get lazy and you design it a little bit like we didn't put in all the best of everything, you know, then it might not be any better than anybody else that has a larger mount, has a smaller mount. But if you optimize your engineering and you do everything as perfect as you can, it's going to be tough it's going to be really impossible to beat if the other brand has a smaller mount, because it's just a matter of mathematics and engineering and what they can do. But doesn't mean they're going to do that for every lens they make. But so far they've been pretty done some pretty amazing stuff. And the Plena is probably their best example. Their Plena, the Noct, which most people can't afford to buy.
And those special telephoto lenses. I think it was even Steve Perry in one of his recent videos that you probably watched, right? that was talking about that he now inspects his images at a 200% magnification with a 45 megapixel, because it's only there that he can see that the quality of that lens with that camera can produce, and select out of that which one are the images that he wants to keep. Correct? Now you will say, well, why do we need to go to 100%? Because sadly, certainly for what he does and what Jeff does and many of us here, sometimes you have to crop extremely. Cropping 100% is not unheard of, correct? So you need a camera that you are capable to see that level of detail, correct? At 200%, the size of the image, correct? So at the end, you get what you pay for, correct?
Yeah. It's true. You get what you pay for. I mean, and that can't be said for every product that you buy. Not getting away from cameras.
But lenses, for sure.
But when it comes to lenses, yeah, you typically do get what you pay for. And the thing is too, like I'll talk about the the lens I mentioned before, the 135 f2, and I'll talk about it versus the Plena and everything I've read about the Plena. And the thing is, the Plena has the their highest grade of optical coatings as well. Okay.
Exactly.
Because in the early, obviously in the early days, in the 1800s or the early 1900s, you didn't even have coatings on lenses at all. You didn't even have one layer coating on the lens.
Exactly.
You had nothing. Okay.
That's a
You
small
had-
problem with film cameras. You use lenses from film cameras. The back element isn't coated usually, and that gives you some reflection on digital cameras when you adapt them.
Exactly.
So I would keep your I'm keeping my D850. I got to decide. I told you how I damaged it with my freak accident, and it still works functionally fine and everything. But I got to
little screen at the top.
I got to get the screen replaced that goes over the LCD panel because I cracked it with my TSA lock on my camera luggage bag.
I told you that happened to me.
Lock flipped over and hit the top of the camera and cracked it.
I think that happened to me in one of the D300 with the D300 and with one of my D800. Right? It's just a plastic. It's not like the LCD is still below. But I repaired it in once, and it cost me, like $400 just to repair the plastic. It's mostly a cosmetic thing. Obviously, if you're going to operate the camera in the rain, okay, that's a different thing.
Well, what I'm thinking of doing is, those little screen protectors that you buy for your cell phones, just cut out a piece of a screen protector and put it over the top, and then it'll be it'll be resistant to the rain.
That's a good,
and I'll still be able to see through it and use it, So I'm thinking of doing that temporarily.
That's a good hack.
A good hack, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, repairing a camera that you don't use regularly, correct? It kind of doesn't make sense, correct?
Yeah, it's more of I'm mad at myself.
Exactly.
You're mad at yourself, and I hate to say it, you almost want to fix it to punish yourself because you did something stupid.
Exactly.
And it's like, well, I did something stupid. Now I got to pay the price because I did something stupid. So it's going to cost me $400 because I was stupid. And it's like, it's a real dumb way of thinking because the camera works perfect. And it was my second D850 body. So it probably only has 30,000 clicks on that camera. The other one I traded in had 160 or 200,000 clicks on it, but this one probably only has 30,000 clicks on it. So it's a baby.
Hey, Jeff, I got to take off.
Okay, Wayne, have a good one. Oh, before you leave, any more commentary on your new lenses your new old lenses that you got? You still having fun with them and you having good luck?
Oh yeah.
Your Zeiss lenses that you got?
Still working. It goes out every day. I'm looking at the other lines because I mentioned that they're having a sale over here, and of course it's it's not even it's quarter the price. B&H having for like $1,000 off. These guys are about $1,300 on a $4,000 lens. I'm like, should I get another one? But listen to Albert talk about stuff right now, like the coatings and so on and so forth. I was thinking about maybe a 100 millimeter macro, but I'm like, I know what the 105 2.8 look like. And I'm thinking maybe I should get another one of those because I sold my macro. I sold it when I went over to Sony. So that's what I'm thinking about. Rather than get something that's heavy, get something else that's lighter and more usable.
Yeah.
The old Zeiss 100 was a good lens, but I think the new Nikon Z105 is better.
Yeah, that's what I figure. All the coatings and everything on it. I know it's lighter, so it's nicer. I'm working on a video for this thing, but I just haven't finished it yet. I keep changing my mind as far as what I want to do, but I did take a whole bunch of pictures. You'll probably see more my wife than you guys have ever seen before. She's been my model for these things, so it's in the works. It's coming.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it as always.
Thanks. I was having camera issues. I did another update on the Mac, and now the Sony doesn't work. So
that's what happened with me with the microphone. Yeah.
So there's weird things happening. I found a fix. I think I'm gonna do a video on it, but it's like every time they update, the camera manufacturers are not updating their app just as quickly, so we can keep up. But there's a hack to get it to work. I just haven't done it yet because I just installed a new software version a couple nights ago, and I forgot that I did that too. I have to go and do the hack to fix it. Let me take off. The wife's got the food here. She's like looking at me.
You have a good one. Yeah, food talks, man. Food is much more important.
Yes. Take care.
Have a good one.
All right, guys.
The Mr. Stewart is in the chat. It's 3:52 in the morning. David is for those who are saying where is David? He is on vacation, so he won't be on the panel this week or next week. And he is he's in Portugal right now. And
nice.
he sent me a few pictures earlier, and so he's much warmer climate than Canada. His body is probably saying, "What in the heck you doing to me? I'm used to being in minus 50 degrees." And what's going on here? And his blood is probably thinning quite a bit. It's probably like thick grease in Canada. The blood's probably barely going through his veins. And nowadays, where it's warm, he probably feels like he's on blood thinner.
So what you're saying? He's defrosting.
He's defrosting. Yes, he's in the defrost cycle right now.
Exactly.
So we wish him well, of course, and hope he has a great time.
He deserves it.
Yes, he does. He works very hard and puts in a lot of effort, and we enjoy looking at the pictures that he takes.
And I'm sure Anita and him will come with a lot of great photos.
Did any of you guys see if Chuck or Maribel came in the chat tonight? Because I didn't notice.
I haven't.
Okay.
I can't see the chat either.
Okay.
I'm not set up tonight.
David says he's running around and he's in. I'm going to pronounce it. I'll let you pronounce the word, Gustavo, because I'll mess it up.
Sure.
Is it
Madeira.
Madeira?
Madeira.
Okay.
Madeira.
Like I said, I'll screw it up, so I'll let you say it. I know you won't screw it up. He's running around in shorts. I hope he's not talking like boxer shorts. I hope he's talking regular shorts. David,
So
nobody wants to see you running around in boxer shorts, David. At least not on the streets, anyway.
So he's not in Portugal. I mean, he's in an island of Portugal, north of the
Portuguese island.
Exactly.
Okay.
You see, since we always discuss other things, correct? During the time of the colonization of the and exploration of the Americas, correct? Remember, they started with the Portuguese, who started going mostly to Africa and around, and of course
into Japan too.
The Italians and the Spaniards that were coming in order to go, because of the current from Europe to the Americas. You had to go to the trade winds. To catch the trade winds, you had to go south from Europe, correct? So,
Brazil.
so almost to the latitude of Brazil. Then you will cross the Atlantic, okay, and then land roughly in Trinidad and the Antilles. The Antillas, what we call the Antillas. So Madeira was basically the port, and that island of Madeira was the port from where a lot of the voyages from the Portuguese initiated. And the Canary Islands, remember we're talking about Lanzarote, was the port from where a lot of the Spaniards. So the Spaniards and the Portuguese always have an advantage because they have those islands in Africa, off the coast of Africa, that allows them to refuel before they have to go across the Atlantic, correct? And that's why they have almost 200 years of colonization before the British and the Dutch and started coming to the Americas, correct? So that was one reason. And the other one, as we know, is because the Pope divided the new land, the new continents, correct, between the Portuguese and the Spaniards. So the British and the French, they didn't have access because the Pope has, the new lands were from the Portuguese and the Spaniards. Right? So anyway.
See, we have Gustavo to give us the accurate historical content here.
Exactly.
The rest of us are like, huh?
Well, we should get some beautiful pictures from Madeira. The other thing that probably Mr. Stewart is enjoying is they make good port in Madeira. Correct? It's very famous for the port.
We got a lot of stuff tonight that we could dive into, but I want to thank Albert once again. The guy, like I said, I love talking, and I mean everybody that comes on the panel, everybody's so enthusiastic, everybody is so in tune with one another, and brings something to the table, and that's what makes this whole thing so much fun, and please, people in the chat, if you're nervous about quote unquote, I don't want people to see me on YouTube. I don't. My hair isn't perfect. Well, my hair ain't perfect. Gustavo's hair ain't perfect.
Nope.
We're here showing off our wonderful, baldness, and we have no shame. So for you folks in the chat, don't be scared to come on and share stuff, because that's what this is all about. Some general discussion. I should have an echo thing and say, Z9 is lost in space.
Yes.
They got a lot of cameras up there now.
Yes, they have a lot of Z9 cameras that have been sent up to the space station to replace basically DSLRs that were still up there and being used.
Digitals, because it seems digitals only last 6 months.
Yeah,
because of the radiation.
Cosmic rays damage the sensors. They've been think about it. You know how much those bodies cost, and every 6 months they got 20 cameras up there, and every 6 months they got to send them 20 more cameras or something because the sensors are damaged from the radiation. I mean, that's a lot of bucks, man.
I think NASA can afford it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we wonder where some of the costs go, and now you know where some of the costs go, right?
I think it would have been cheaper to send up Z8s. They weigh less.
Yeah.
So Jeff, we know that the amount of cosmic rays and radiation increases with altitude, correct? I mean, that's why. Even the pilots just traveling, they get a doses of radiation that is equivalent sometimes to having an X-ray, correct? For a certain period of time. But obviously, even where the space station is, there's still a lot of protection from the magnetic field of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, but they still get certain types of radiation.
Yeah.
They can't stop very well.
No, the magnetic field of the Earth doesn't stop everything, correct?
Oh, yeah.
But it stopped quite a lot, because imagine if we talk about that the sensor has to be replaced so frequently when we are in basically near Earth orbit, correct? You can imagine that when they send something to the moon, that's outside the protection of the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah.
That is a big problem, correct? And I'm sure they have to deal with that, because even when the Apollo flights, correct? Because that also affect the film, correct? I remember hearing some interviews in the of some of the Apollo astronauts that they regularly they did a lot of medical studies on them, correct? Because they will see in their eyes, in the retina, correct, the little flashes of light, particularly going to the moon, and it was the
their sensor, exactly. Our sensor wasn't doing too well either.
Exactly.
That brings up a great question. Look at the satellites that went through Jupiter, Pluto, how they're still working, and they're going out of the solar system, and that's been years.
Shielded.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of protection, correct? Some of these.
Well, they may be pointing also differently.
Yeah.
So the dish is pointing behind them to broadcast what they're getting to the Earth, and the camera's pointing toward the planet or
exactly. And they got more shielding, but these cosmic ray, they can pass through everything, correct? I mean,
They can.
If you need to make heavy shielding, which is not practical for a device that go through space, that had to be by nature light, correct?
Nothing shields gamma rays, though.
Exactly. But that was good. At least Nikon is well representing space, correct? So hopefully we will see some pictures now.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody was talking about Hasselblad being in space, but Nikon's been in space, since we started going to space, as well as the moon too. So it's like they have just as many or probably more cameras up there than Hasselblad does. But everybody will talk about
with a few Sonys.
By the way, did you read in that press release that they also send the adapter? So they're keeping a bunch of F-mount lenses still. They sent a big amount of new lenses, but they kept the F-mount lenses too.
Yeah.
And the FTZ adapters are sending up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But so
nothing wrong with the old F lenses.
That's kind of cool.
I like the old F lenses.
But I was surprised, Roy, as well. Obviously the cameras, not all the cameras are going to be there all the time, but probably the lenses, they take a lot of the lenses and leave them there for quite a while.
Well, they've been up there for decades.
Exactly. But if you consider that, every ounce, every gram matters, okay? And Jeff can tell you a lot about that. And we know none of these things are light, correct? The fact that they had to have such a large collection of lenses is still amazing. I thought they may have, my misconception obviously was, they may have 3 or 4.
I'd love to go holiday there just for the lenses.
Exactly, 3 or 4 cameras and then 10 lenses. But no, they were talking about 19 lenses or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
we share with the Russians on the lab. We have to change the camera to Russian and English.
No.
Well, let them bring their own Russian cameras.
Okay. Well, I think they're using the better stuff. So
the most expensive thing that really, let me put it this way. Where I used to work, we made the spacesuits. Okay, we had stuff on the shuttle. We make the water processor. I worked on the water processor unit that's on the space station. The oxygen generation system that's on the space station, and you have all this filtration equipment, and you have filtration. They can, I don't want to make anybody ill here, but they could drink their own urine. Okay. Their urine gets purified because what costs the most money that affects their ability to send up, say, experiments and things like that they want to bring up there, the tools they need to do certain experiments and studies, is water. They don't want to be shipping up water. Water is very heavy. The more water you have to send up, the less cargo you could send up. So you basically collect anything that sweats, like say for dehumidification and any drops of water, all that stuff is reclaimed and filtered and reused over and over and over again.
So what is the percentage, Jeff, that they have to replenish with new water? So like any system, there is a loss. What is
there's a loss. I don't specifically. If Nancy Jane's on here, she probably would know what the losses are. But I don't know what the losses are. But I'm just saying that a lot of the stuff that we made for over the years for NASA was all about purification, filtration, life support, saving water. We used to make the space toilet. I don't know that we make that anymore for them, but we made the space toilet as well, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But But water and purification are and is a big part of
One
what
of the
gets
big steps stopping us going to
Let me
Mars.
ask you a question. So it was mostly filtration, or it was an element of, evaporation, condensation in order to get to reuse the water?
I think it's all of it.
It's everything. Any place where you could capture, any water sweating off of a pipe or anything, anywhere where you could capture the water or filter the water to reuse it. Like I said,
but that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, you collect the water, that's for sure. You take the water from wherever you can get it, correct? But then once, in order to make it potable again, correct? Do they filter only, or do they, evaporate and condense the water again? It's an engineering question, Mr. Jeff, for you.
Well, I mean, I think most of it is filtration.
Okay.
Most of it is filtration.
Less consuming in energy.
And another big part of and this was from that movie, was it Apollo 11? That Tom Hanks was in, where they had the CO2 canister. They had to modify CO2 canisters to make them fit, so that they would have breathable air, because the carbon dioxide buildup or whatnot, from you exhaling. And if the scrubbers fail or you have a problem, they had to get creative and come up with a way of cleaning the air so that they could continue to breathe. So, I mean, it's very complicated. I mean, anything that all that stuff up there doesn't apply to us down here. It's
it's complicated, but not something. That's what I always say when I was in, but not. It's not. It still can be explainable, correct? So, for instance, of the scrubber, correct? If we have a scuba here, the scrubbers that they use for CO2, correct? For carbon dioxide, the same that I use in the scuba diving for recycle. Correct? It's the same. The problem with, I think it was Apollo 13, or when they had to do that, is that the scrubbers that they have did not fit in the mount that from the ventilation system. So they had to.
Different companies made them.
Well, because they were scrubbers for another. I think it was the scrubber for the landing module.
They took it off. They had to take it off the lunar module.
Exactly, and adapt it to the service module,
right,
in the Apollo. Sorry, guys, but we all in this community here grew with Apollo. I remember even in Venezuela, Jeff, when I was a kid, I was in 6th grade. I would show there in school with my Apollo, Rebel models, and give a lecture.
There's
we're all geeks, correct?
We're all geeks. Yeah.
I made the model rocket.
Yeah,
the Saturn V.
The Saturn V rocket that used
Rebel.
I think 5D engines or something on it. If you were gonna, I mean, the real big engines that you'd put on it to launch it,
exactly,
and hope that it wouldn't melt and catch on fire.
but the models that you make, the 1 to 20 or something. I don't remember the scale. 1 to 172. The one for the Apollo and the Saturn V was made by an American company called Rebel, that you probably remember as a kid.
Yeah,
that's the one I had.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. We'll add a little more humor. You guys, for those of you that have watched the show for a while, I had a nickname, Sad Jeff, and I won't get into the reasonings behind the nickname Sad Jeff, but it was funny because Con from Gray's on Wednesday's show said he was sad. So I just want to say it's nice that Sad Jeff is no longer alone, because we now have Sad Con.
It's contagious.
Sad Jeff can meet Sad Con someday, maybe. but I thought that was kind of funny. And
was it glazed last week?
This was Wednesday of this week. Yeah.
They seem to be
Yeah,
skipping some.
I think he was sad because it was. I'm trying to think of what the context was of him. Oh, he was sad because he said there's not a lot of rumors to talk about right now. So what are we going to talk about? There's no rumors, So he's very sad that there weren't enough rumors out there to like keep the show going for a longer period of time.
Start some for him.
We'll talk about financials, and then Becky got sad. So
yeah, I think Becky got sad. Yeah.
I get sad when he does.
This is just my opinion. I get notices in my email all the time from Photography Life, and I like the staff on Photography Life. And if you've never gone on their website, I highly recommend it. They had a really, really good lens review on the Plena recently, the Plena lens. They compared it to other Nikon portrait lenses that, of the past. And I think it's a must read. I mean, if you're on the fence or you're really trying to understand the benefits of a Plena, is it worth the money?
I wouldn't recommend it for everyone, but it is one of those state-of-the-art type lenses.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it to somebody that has a small studio because the focal length is going to be too long for you. Unless you have a very large studio, you'd be better off, shooting with a 50 or an 85. But if you're talking outdoor portraits, like I said, I just shot the 135, the old 135 lens for street photography, and I took it to a botanical gardens, and I took pictures there. And I'll tell you, the 135 is a very nice lens to use for street photography. And some people would say, I don't understand that because everybody says, street photography lenses are like normally 35 millimeters. Well, the reason a 135 is good for street photography is if you have interesting backgrounds, it's just the dynamics of basically a telephoto lens. You pull in the background closer to your subject. Okay. You compress your image. So if you have interesting backgrounds, interesting buildings especially if you're doing night photography, you have buildings lit up with signage and stuff like that, and you can bring that element closer to your subject. If you're doing a portrait, of someone on the street, it can be a more interesting photo than if you were to take that photo with a 35 millimeter lens. So they both have their nuances why you would use one versus the other. But a 135 lens for street photography does work out very well. Period. It does, and it's actually pretty good for some isolation of what do you call it, landscape photography as well.
And it's f2, which is fairly fast.
Yeah. So I mean, don't rule it out.
So Randall is sharing the site.
Oh, Randall's got the Plena thing up.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. He's sharing the website that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Photographylife.com. Reviews Nikon 135 millimeter f1.8 S Plena.
Yeah, it's very good article. Very good article. And they have very good writers, and I think they had 2 or 3 people that worked on that article actually. I have a question for those of you on the panel and those of you in the chat. Has anybody? I know Matt Irwin went to Singapore and met Tony Tonelli, I think his name is.
Yeah.
So I have a question because Tony Tonelli was very high on the new Voigtlander APO Lanthar 50 millimeter f2 manual focus lens, and they have a 35 millimeter f2 lens as well. And I was just wondering if there were people in the chat that have either used or owned either the 35 or the 50 millimeter f2 Voigtlander APO Lanthar lenses or not. And
I've used the older ones, but not the new one. Anything Voigtlander is usually very good. It's as good as Zeiss.
So the new Voigtlanders are autofocus.
Yes,
So
they are.
Well, these particular ones are not. They're manual focus lenses. And then they just came out. They're APO apochromatic lenses, which gives you a better gives you more vibrant color. It gives you more contrast, gives you more better color and stuff like that. But they're like $1,000 a piece. They're like $1,000 a piece, you know.
That's cheap.
Yeah.
I've got too many lenses that cheap.
Well, I think Grace is selling that now. They've had a couple of videos with the Voigtlander, and they really like it. So
I like them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about getting. I don't know which one. I think I would probably get the 35, to be honest with you. But I know the 50 is not available right now. It's all sold out. It's on back order.
Nikon's bringing out their 35-1.2 soon, I hope.
Well, I would hope they kick it out with the Z6 III at the same time.
I'd just like to know what the Z6 III is all about first.
Well,
yeah.
That is a rumor, Jeff. You saw it today that it's going to come out in CP Plus, correct?
Yeah.
Well,
there's always rumors.
Well,
rumor, correct? But
what was interesting is when Khan was talking about the financials from Nikon, they had predicted what their end of quarter sale revenue was going to be, and at the end, the end of the quarter, the new year starts on April 1st.
Yes,
so
right.
They were showing in their metrics, with the dollars and cents part, that they were going to have a spike late in the last quarter. So you got to have something out there that people are going to want to buy. If all of a sudden your revenue is going to spike, let's say in the last month of your year end.
But that means, Jeff,
so that means either you're coming out with something that you're going to be selling a lot of, like within a month's time, like a Z6 III or a 35 1.2 or both, because there'd be no reason why you would have a spike. If you're not coming out with either one of those, you're not going to have a spike. You're just going to have a steady, you're going to have whatever you have right now, probably. It's not going to spike up for some reason,
exactly.
Unless you're going to come out with something.
But that means that not only can be announced, but it has to be available.
It has to be available to ship and count as a sale before the end of March.
In these
it has to be plenty. It can't be like vaporware.
Right. So we'll see.
I'm not interested in 35. That's more of a street photographer's lens.
Yeah.
My 24 to 70 covers that. So
kind of big.
20.
Now, I'm going to, any of you guys here, I'll put this up. I got other stuff on my desktop that's kind of blocking my chat a little bit. So, but I see this one here. Let me throw this up. You guys have an opinion on what this lens might cost when it comes out?
I think the 35 is going to be expensive.
You think it'd be more than the 85?
Probably.
If you look at the price right now, the 1.8 compared to the
85s are always more expensive because they're very niche.
Right.
The 35.
So you think it'd be more expensive than the 50 or less?
Probably about the 50, I reckon.
Yeah.
You figure over $2,000.
Yeah.
You're over $2,000, between $2,000 and 20, like between $2,000 and 2,300 or 2,500, somewhere in there.
But most people don't need a 1.2 lens anyway.
See, with the 35,
well, that's the interesting conversation too. When I'm reading about the Plena, And we'll talk to Plena for a second here. They advertise and they say, and it's supported by people's reviews on it so far, is they'll say that the Plena was manufactured and optimized so that it was meant to be shot wide open, and that your subject would be sharp, and then you would have that nice fallout away from your subject. Now that's different. That's different, let's say, than the lens that I was talking about earlier. Is if you're shooting at f2, you have no depth of you're not going to have your subject in focus. You're going to have part of your subject in focus,
right?
Because you have no depth of field at f2. So if they apparently have pulled off an engineering achievement to let you shoot that lens wide open at 1.8 and have your subject where their nose is sharp and their eyes is sharp, because an old lens isn't going to do that. If you're focused on the nose, the eyes are going to be blurry. That's how, f2.
You still got that trouble with the Plena to a degree wide open, though.
Yeah. Now, Mookie Mac made a comment here that say the pre-order will count, correct? So that I don't know how they do the accounting on the financial for Nikon. If they release a lens, let's say on the last fiscal quarter, which will be until March, correct? Will still if it count because of the pre-order or when the sale gets realized, correct? So I don't know, correct?
I think normally the sale has to be, if the sale, like when I worked in the aerospace business, the only time you could count it as a sale, and sometimes they would have an agreement with their customer where the customer would allow them to bill them ahead of time.
Exactly.
And then they could count it. That way the revenue counted for that quarter, even though you didn't ship the product to the customer yet. It was like a good relation. It's like a good buddy system between, different suppliers of aircraft parts and stuff to the business. And sometimes one hand washes the other. It's like, no, we need to bump up our numbers for the end of the quarter, and then you'll have some little, Fuji happen, and you'll be able to partial bill or completely bill the customer for the product, even though you didn't.
Those are transactions between business to business, correct?
Right.
Now, these are transactions between business and
consumer, us and a consumer. It's not. I don't think it's going to count unless it's a hard sale.
Exactly. That's Mookie. I think that's what I think as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
So that means that the product had to be available, like Randall was saying. If in order to make that projection, that means there is something that they are going to anticipate high demand product. So on this quarter.
Well, I guess I'm going to rephrase it, because they're actually going to get the camera shop is going to have to pay Nikon. So, and then the camera shop has to sell it to the consumer, unless you're buying it direct from Nikon USA.
Exactly.
But if you're buying it from your camera shop, the camera shop is buying a certain quantity per month of a certain item, and they're paying that bill up front. So
exactly,
the sale will count if it's once they charge the camera store, because then the camera store, they don't turn a profit until they sell it to the consumer.
Exactly.
But
it all depends on who wants it. If they pre-order it, then the camera store knows how much to order.
Yeah, but they don't charge your card for the full amount until you get the lens. So it's like,
but you have to do a pre-order.
Exactly. So that's what Jeff is saying, that you pre-order, they put the order to Nikon send it to them, they call you, you made a transaction, that's when Nikon gets his money. Okay? So anyway, so that's a good forecast, correct?
Yeah, it makes you think that something is going to happen soon.
I believe it.
It's funny if they come out with the 200 millimeter,
the macro.
Like another macro, or even another Plena.
the another topic that came up that was kind of made me uncomfortable a bit. I think we've all, I don't want to speak for everybody. I don't want to make an assumption, but in my opinion anyway, I don't have an issue buying a refurbished product from Nikon. Okay, if Nikon refurbished it, it's all original parts, so on and so forth. I would not ever have a problem buying a refurb product from Nikon. But both Sony rumors and Nikon rumors both talked about Sony and Nikon products having refurbished, or shall we call, it's called renewed products showing up on sale via Amazon. So Amazon has this new program, they call it the Amazon Renewed Program. So if you read
it back in the box and selling it.
Yeah, if you read the small print, here's a quote out of Amazon's own description. Quote, all Amazon Renewed purchases will come with accessories equivalent to those that shipped in the box when new. These items may not be original, but will be compatible and fully functional. Amazon Renewed products will be packaged in either the original packaging or in a new and clean cardboard box. Products will be restored to its original factory settings and will be in one of the following cosmetic conditions: premium, excellent, good, or acceptable. And then I'm just saying, I assume that condition will be noted when you go to purchase it. But here is a warning. Be careful, because as soon as you say equivalent accessories, that can include batteries. And there are third-party batteries that do not play nice in Nikon bodies. So before you get all excited about getting a great deal on a renewed product from Amazon, buyer beware. You're not getting all original parts or all original accessories. You're getting what they deem as an equivalent, compatible and functional equivalent. So you don't know what that's see, I accidentally did this. So you don't know what you're getting until you get it.
It's just returns that have been restuffed back in the box.
I got to change it to this, because this is my real opinion. That's my real opinion. Not all balloons and fairy tales and all that stuff.
Someone's got a new Mac.
I think you're right. I think refurbished from Nikon, and I think Rakesh was talking about that early today. He was talking about that mostly products have been sent back to Nikon, correct? In the case of Amazon, as we all probably are Amazon consumers, with Amazon, you have to be careful, correct? Because it can come from many places, correct? And therefore, I don't think it has the same, I don't think you have the same guarantees that if you buy a Nikon refurbished, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you got advertising through Amazon.
It's like
by Amazon, but by the other companies that work with them.
Yeah,
that's happened to me.
Yeah,
I order something, I'm thinking it's a certain product, and it's totally different.
Exactly.
It's just like I went through Nikon USA's webpage today, and at the bottom they have all these topics that you can click on and read about, and they have an interesting. If you were ever curious about gray market cameras, they got a very nice write-up on what defines a gray market camera, why you wouldn't want to buy it if you live in the United States, why you wouldn't want to buy a gray market camera. And then they have a list of things to look for and how it may be advertised in a periodical from a camera store, what keywords to look for that are going to tip you off that it is a gray market camera, because lots of times they won't come out and say it's a gray market camera. So you look for things like it's not the key is if it says it has an original Nikon USA warranty, then it's the real deal. Okay. But when they start saying, oh, when they say we offer a warranty that you can buy on the camera, or they tell you it's a non-manufacturer's warranty and say something like that, that's an instantaneous warning sign that it's a gray market camera without them actually saying it's a gray market camera. So Nikon has a very good article about gray market cameras and why, as a U.S. consumer, they wouldn't recommend that you buy one, because they will not service it anyway. If it's not a Nikon USA warranty and you have a problem with a gray market camera, you got to deal with whoever you bought that camera from, because Nikon will not fix it in a authorized Nikon repair center in the United States. They will not touch it.
They issue great cameras and non-USA camera. It was a little bit funny to begin with, to tell you the truth, because let's say somebody like Roy or me, when I used to live abroad, you know, if I bought a lens in Singapore and I moved to the United States and I'm now a citizen or a resident of the United States, do I have to send it to Singapore for repair, or do I contact Nikon USA?
It depends on how good Nikon feel about it at the time.
Exactly. But
if you're NPS, they send it wherever you bought it. They seem to look after you.
Exactly. So it was, this issue of the gray market was a little bit silly. I don't buy them anymore, but I used to buy, certainly for the long telephotos. You probably remember, Jeff, in the in the 90s, you know, the difference between 504 gray market or USA was significant, right, in price.
Oh yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, there were significant differences in prices, and a lot of people still chose to buy it. I mean, Nikon tries to imply on their website that a non-USA built camera isn't necessarily made to the same specs as the USA version of the camera.
That I don't believe.
Which I find hard to understand that.
Exactly.
That doesn't seem to make sense to me. But I guess
things made in Thailand.
Well, I guess the thing is though too, think about it. If you buy a gray market camera, right, and it was meant to be sold in Europe, you may get a battery charger or something that is not compatible with your power requirements in the United States, because you may get something with a European plug on it with a different voltage rating.
But that was true 20 years ago. Now all these chargers are universal, correct? They are 50 to 60 hertz, 120 to 220 voltage. I agree with you, but is in modern times, I agree with Randall as well. They are all manufactured in Thailand, for instance, on the camera. Now
I just wouldn't buy it because I want to make sure it can get repaired in the United States. That to me is the biggest reason not to buy it.
Of course.
Well, all right. So the thing is, it's built in Thailand, but let's say I buy it from the camera store and I buy the warranty from the camera store. Is that the same as the Nikon USA warranty?
The camera store could go out of business.
No.
No. It's a warranty, but you're not necessarily getting. You're not going to get. It's not going to go to a Nikon authorized service center. It's going to go to another. It's going to go to somebody else that says we know how to fix Nikon stuff, but it's not going to be a Nikon authorized service center. So you got to be willing to take the risk.
Exactly.
And some people do it because it saves them a lot. It could save them $500 on a camera. You know,
but I tell you, this is a oddity of here in the United States. I tell you, Jeff, because you ask
everywhere.
Roy, in Australia, do they have gray market versus Australia?
Do, but it's not a big deal here. There's Nikon still look after us.
I think it was mostly not a marketing, but basically a turf territory thing between the different divisions of.
I don't buy grey market, but sometimes in a different place you buy what's around. It may not be the country you live in.
Exactly.
Well, it's just like the whole thing with depending on where you live and your VAT taxes and your
Exactly.
and different fees in different parts of the world, and some people end up paying a heck of a lot more money for their cameras than they would in the United States. Or sometimes the best deal is if you live in Japan and you're buying the camera in Japan.
And you
You know,
and you know what this is all about as well? Currency fluctuation, correct?
yeah,
Because for Nikon to make a sales in US dollar versus Australian dollars is different profit margins, correct?
yeah.
So this issue of the gray market versus the USA authorized was also related to currency fluctuation between the yen and the different currency. So but I agree with you. I don't buy. I guess a citizen of the United States, I live in the United States, but when I was international, it didn't matter that much, correct? If I was in Africa or in the Netherlands, or I mean, you buy wherever you're living, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Or wherever you're traveling.
Exactly.
For everybody out there, which is a pretty large amount of people that are in the chat, we're going to do one of these and say, we're very happy that you have the new Z8 firmware update.
That's what I was going to talk
about. I'm sure everybody is absolutely thrilled to finally get that. And of course, what's interesting is there are still some things that are in the Z8 firmware that are not in the Z9, and the other one, you know, mostly having to do with like skin softening and portrait type of settings that are in the Z8 that are not flowed into the Z9 yet. But you now enjoy having the dedicated bird detection mode that you had and that the Z9 folks had. You also have auto capture, and you know, you have pixel shift, and pixel shift is not in a Z9, so you have pixel shift. For those that are thrilled with it, I know. Yeah, I'm not. To me, I could care less about pixel shift. And Roy expressed his opinion very well about what he thinks of pixel shift. They have the talking about portraits there. They got what they call a rich tone portrait mode that they added to the picture control that supposedly retains skin details while preventing highlights from getting clipped, making it great for wedding and portrait photographers. And if it does what they say it does, then that's a good thing. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping up and down about new shutter sound effects. I could care less. Put a moo cow on there, put a chicken. I don't care what you put. You know, you can get really stupid with some of that stuff. One thing that is good is it's good, and for me it's bad because my memory slips at times, and like I said, there's the Sony cameras are very well known for having a lot more buttons and knobs and switches that can program different functions on their camera than on the Nikon bodies. But like I say, I'm lucky I can remember what I programmed them to begin with, because I probably only use, you know, literally 3 or 4 things that I go to a lot, and I may have programmed other stuff on the camera, but I rarely use it, but I programmed it there anyway, you know what I'm saying? So they added more higher quantity of functions and operations that you can assign this to custom controls. That got bumped up because it was always kind of strange that you let's just say you had, I'll make up a number. Let's say you had 50 custom things that you could do. There's 50 things you could do. Well, one button, maybe you could pick any of the 50. Another button, you could do 10 things. Another button, you could do 15 things. So I never quite understood why it should matter what button it is, or why that should affect what you can choose.
Because they are bought, Jeff, and I think because they are buttons that work, for instance, with the command dials. They're already wired to work with the command dial. So all things that you need to use the command dials can only be programmed to the specific button. So I understand what you're saying, and it can be frustrating, but there is a reason for that, correct? And I don't mind. As a matter of fact, for the C8, correct? This new upgrade, which I already did, correct? It brings some advantages, Jeff, compared with the C9, right?
Yeah. Autofocus is brilliant.
Which one?
The best around now.
What?
The Z8 autofocus is brilliant now.
No, I think it's comparable to the C9, but
slightly better at the moment.
Well, I did a comparison with birds, which obviously that's one of the things that I should, and it looks the same to me, correct? But the little things, correct? I remember it's all about the little details. That thing, Jeff, that Steve Perry mentioned, correct? And I think Jan Wagner mentioned that you can change the thickness of your autofocus area.
Yeah, your border on your autofocus.
Very useful. But the one that Steve mentioned, that I think is A11 in that you can change the autofocus model, correct? Whether it's the area C1, C2, large or small.
For a while.
You can but not in that fashion, Roy, because you have to press, for instance, the function 1 and then rotate the command dial. That is for me, that's a pain. With this new option, you can program it to a button, and then Jeff, and you have the C9.
You tap your shutter button twice, and it changes it to something else.
It cycles through all the different modes.
True, yeah.
That is, as you know, that's a tremendous time saving. Correct? Yeah. If you can, if you are photographing an animal or a bird, and then you can cycle between the different focus areas, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. For me, it's a big deal, correct? Yeah. So I love what they did, and actually, Eva, who was here before, now Eva has auto capture with the Z8, right? So I want to see people using the auto capture. Even the pixel shift, which I understand, it doesn't fit for some of the stuff that I do, but it's good to have it, correct? So I would say that now the C8 is ahead of the C9.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So that means that, and actually, Jeff, the main problem for me is every time they come with this new version, like you were talking, you have to reprogram the whole camera, correct? Yeah. Because there is always new things, that you need to modify to adapt it for that new software. And having different software capabilities in the C8 and the C9 is not good, correct? You need to have. I hope at one time they do it in synchrony, correct?
Yeah, I think they'll always have a few things different. I think they're just gonna do that.
But the main things, obviously, because like you were talking about, correct? You want to cycle to your autofocus mode with a specific. You want your memory connection to your finger to know you have to go to the button to cycle through, correct?
I like Greg Wilson's comment to me here about a sandhill crane call for the shutter sound. He knows I like the sound of the sandhill cranes. No, I don't. Ava has a nice comment here that she can now catch up to you, Gustavo, with hummingbird shots. Well, another feature that they're adding, and I wish they had this on the ZF right now, because what's neat with the ZF is, it's really great with these manual old lenses, and
exactly.
now if you have if you bought a new manual focus lens and put it on a ZF, I gotta stop talking like I'm Italian. If you got a if you've got a brand new modernized manual focus lens and you put it on a ZF, it will do that subject eye detect with that manual focus lens to help you as a focusing aid with the manual focus lens, along with focus peaking and whatnot. But when you and then you can hit the OK button and zoom in really, really to a very small area and use your focus peaking and get it really minutely adjusted, and then hit the OK button and then back out and take your picture. But what they did on the Z8, which I hope they put in the Z9 and on the ZF, is that when you zoom in to say really get close to do that focus peaking, now you have to hit the OK button to zoom out and then take your picture. They've made it so that you can half press that. You can zoom in, hit the OK button, zoom in, do the focus peaking, touch your half press with the shutter button, and it automatically backs out of that zoom mode so that you could just like press the rest of the way and take the picture. You don't have to hit the OK button again to back out. And that's kind of that's a good thing to do. And I hope they put that in the Z9. I hope they put that in the ZF. And I think what's going to happen too is you got Canon's dragging their feet on this quote unquote the R1. The date of the R1 has changed probably 150 times. The rumors about what's going to be in the R1 went from the camera that was going to be the absolute crusher of every other camera out there is now all of a sudden been skinnied down, where it's nowhere near what they tried to make it out it was going to be in the beginning, and the date keeps on slipping and slipping and slipping. But you would think if you've got the you supposedly have a major firmware upgrade that's going to come out on the Sony A1. So I'm going to predict that whether it's the same time or shortly thereafter, I wouldn't be surprised if they come out with another major firmware update for the Z9, because if they're going to come out with a major firmware update for the A1, Nikon's going to want to try to stay one step ahead feature-wise of the A1. So I would not be surprised if we see further autofocus improvements, further subject detection.
There's a new bug in the new Sony autofocus. I don't know what's going wrong with it. I tried one and it seems to have a problem with the autofocus now. Someone's done something somewhere wrong.
Say that again, Roy?
Autofocus.
Say that again, Roy?
There seems to be a new bug in the Sony autofocus.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah,
but just using one the other day, and it seems to have trouble focusing now. I think they've probably tried to go a step too far or something, or something's gone wrong with them. They'll probably fix it next time, though. I like the Sony A1.
Yes, I think it's a great camera. I don't knock the A1 for functionality. It just doesn't work for me from an ergonomic standpoint.
No. I nearly bought one, but I went to Z9 instead.
Yeah, Phil is kind of in agreement with you, correct? That
I think they're here. I'm going to be careful how I word this, because the reality is, and we all get caught in this game. I don't think that they're waiting to see what they do, because they can't respond. It's not like let's say Canon came out with some stuff, or Sony came out with some stuff, and Nikon says, "Oh, doggone it, I wish we thought of that, or we could do that." They're not going to be able to do that in a week or 2 weeks. They already know what they're going to put in that next firmware upgrade. irregardless of what Sony or Canon do, what will happen is Nikon may time when they put out the next firmware update to try to take a little bit of the thunder away from the firmware updates for the other brands, but they may or may not exceed them in every category. Okay. And then now that they'll know what they came out with, then they may work on, if they like something that the other brands did, then they'll automatically have the team work on adding that to a smaller firmware upgrade as quickly as possible. But they're not going to wait to start doing a firmware upgrade, waiting until what Sony does or what Canon does. They don't work that way. They don't work that way.
They can manage the release date, but the programming is already done.
Right.
And they say,
is already done. Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's probably ambassadors are going through it right now at this time.
And that's why.
Or it's like Richie. He'll test it out and then he'll give feedback.
Yeah.
As they go to the instructors.
And that's why that for us here in the Americas, correct? That Tuesday to Wednesday night, that's when the announcement gets made. So I always try to refresh on the on the Tuesday night, because at about 10 o'clock Mountain Time is when it's Japan. Is when the first hour of Wednesday. It's kind of midday Japan. That's where they issue a lot of the releases. But I agree that there should be something cooking for the C9. The question is when. Correct.
The question is when. Yeah.
Next week, maybe already. As early as next week.
It's a great camera, whatever they do.
Yeah. I mean, we're also and everybody's tired of me saying this too. Is if you're our age, I'll collectively throw us all in the bucket within 5 or 6 years of each other here. If you're our age and you remember using some of the stuff that Roy's got on his shelf, some of the stuff I have behind me on my shelf, we've got absolutely nothing to complain about, other than to complain for the sake of complaining. Because go out there and be a sport photographer in the 70s, where you had to pre-focus, like say you were doing a sprint, right? They were doing a quarter-mile race or 100-yard dash or whatever it is, and all the photographers are sitting there pre-focusing on the finish line, okay? And they're just waiting for them to get around and take that shot and have it pre-focused where they got enough depth of field to capture a sharp image of those runners when they hit that finish line. I mean, if those who are younger, if you had to go back and use a camera from the 70s, you'd be having a hissy fit and you'd swear you don't know how to take a picture anymore. It's that extreme difference. And those of us that have lived through that era, or the 60s and the 70s, or even earlier than that, we realize how spoiled we are right now. We've got it made. I mean, whether you own a high-end Canon, Sony, Nikon, Panasonic, whatever, they're all great cameras, and we're all spoiled to death. I mean, that's the reality of it. We're all spoiled to death.
The keeper rate with film was very expensive.
Yeah, they must make a good comment about the how long it will last, correct?
Yeah, the purely mechanical cameras, will last a lot longer than anything with all the electronics and the computers in it that you have today.
But Jeff, so next week probably, if I have a chance, I found a couple of places that I can photograph Northern Harrier, correct? So I'm going to go. So try to get a Northern Harrier with a manual focus and a film camera. I mean, it's impossible, correct?
Yeah,
it's impossible.
Plus, it was just difficult.
Yeah, try getting a hummingbird. Try getting a sparrow, right? Try getting a sparrow or a turn, right? A turn diving and flying around. Good luck to you, man. Oh, I went through 10 rolls of film. I got one shot of the turn hitting the water with a fish. I mean, you just blew a lot of money, man, trying to get that one shot and to get on the cover of one of the camera magazines. I mean, you spent
the digital would have done it better anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly. But anyway, so those upgrades that are coming up, fantastic. But it forces you, which is the point you were making. You get a new upgrade, you have to sit down behind the camera and reprogram all your buttons, okay? Because if you want to take care of those new users,
it's worse when you got more than one camera as well.
Yeah, and well, what's bad, and what people should get in the habit too, is you save your settings on a card that you don't use. Save your settings on your camera on a card you don't use.
They can't reload into the next camera though.
Yeah, because remember, sometimes when Nikon came out with a firmware upgrade, they said, oh, it may wipe out some of the settings that you have on your camera. So if you didn't save your settings, then you got to try to remember what you had them set for, and you got to go through and so save your camera settings all the time onto another card, so that you could load those settings back in. But the problem is, part of the problem is
on the Z8 won't work because they changed some of the menu settings.
Right, I was just going to say that if they go and they take what was D1 and D1 is now D2. And D1 is something else, then that's a whole separate problem. Then you got that issue to deal with too. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so that's
reminds me of the manual. Yeah.
But the C8 for the kind of things that I do, I like what they did. Correct. I love what they did. It's very
just
good.
gravy, isn't it?
Yeah. Now they still didn't get us the pre-capture RAW. That is still out there, correct?
Well, that could be that. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but I would think that the Z9 buffer is bigger than the Z8 buffer, and that might be something that maybe they'll be able to do at some point on a Z9, and they may never be able to do it on a Z8 because of the buffer. The buffer might not be big enough on a Z8 as it is on a Z9 because it's just one of the differences between the cameras. Yeah. I don't think it's the same. I think the buffer in the Z9 is bigger.
Z8's probably big enough though.
We will find out.
Smaller cameras.
Yeah.
But Roy, going back to the pixel shift, because I don't use it, but I don't hate it. Correct?
I don't hate it. I'm glad it's there, but it's such a pain to implement. I've had it on the Hasselblad for probably a decade or more. To use it, it really has to be in the studio. Has to be on a really solid tripod. You can't have any vibration. It doesn't work if you got a wooden floor. There's a vibration. It has to be so sharp, so steady that and nothing can move in the picture. Like if you're outside and the leaves are moving, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, the leaves are moving. The clouds are moving. The clouds are moving in the sky. The waves are moving on the beach. You could think of a million of scenarios where that function is not going to work.
Oh, but you hit it there. I mean, you are shooting a product that's not going to move,
right?
And you release your shutter with your delay shutter or with a trigger, that would work. Architecture.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good thing, but the thing is, they push it as such a big advantage, and it's got so limited use that it's annoying.
But also, but remember when discussing megapixel, correct? That is actually a good route for high resolution if you don't go with a bigger sensor, and you you don't have to deal with the diffraction problems. Correct?
Yeah, it's very hard to get the resolution to be better than a single image, though, because the camera just moves.
Well, but it moves 1 pixel, correct? So
yeah, but any vibration in the room at all, and
exactly.
not going to be as sharp as a single picture.
And if you're just talking the I mean, it's not the same comparison, but it's like some people just say, I'll just use gigapixel and increase my resolution that way. I'll use AI. I'll use AI to be able to do a bigger print. If I got a 24 megapixel camera and I want to have the resolution or be able to do a larger print like I would on a full frame camera, I'll just use the gigapixel AI and I'll do it that way. And I did an experiment. I mean, I printed an 8x12, right? And in Lightroom, Lightroom isn't like gigapixel. Like Lightroom, you could like double the resolution, you know. So I had an 8x12 and I used the enhanced mode or whatever, and I made it so I could print it out as a 12x18, and I took the same file, printed out an 8x12, went through that process, printed it out as a 12x18, and it was very, very hard to tell any difference. Very hard to tell any difference.
But Jeff, one thing is an interpolation, an algorithm is different than the true data.
Right, right.
Pixel shift in principle is true data, correct?
Oh,
through additional resolution.
You have the problem with the movement, whereas if you take that image and you just do the interpolation, you're not suffering from any movement.
Of course, but if you go to photograph, I think it was John Ishii, the one mentioned that if you want to photograph or your task is to photograph, let's say the Mona Lisa, and you want to capture the best possible resolution, correct? Yeah. You can go a big film, big format, correct? That's one for archival purpose.
You use medium formats for.
Or you can use pixel shift. I think the point that Mossman, and this is, I would like to experiment, correct? I think the point that Mossman is making is he tried, correct? So I think that's for us as users, that's what we need to define. Take something that has a lot of resolution, correct? In a controlled environment that you need to see, like I don't know, something like a dollar bill or something that has,
if you had flowers in a vase,
exactly,
and and let's say you put a black cloth backdrop behind it, and you had a macro lens on a tripod mounted camera,
exactly,
and because you have no wind, you have no movement, you have control of the environment, you could go and do that type of thing, and it would probably blow you away.
Exactly. Or inside a cathedral where it's empty, there is no people moving around, correct? And you want to capture, the architecture inside the cathedral, that probably will work. I think we should experiment and see what we can get, correct?
Pixel shift is nice to have, but the thing is, people have been stacking images for years.
Exactly.
Astrophotographers do it regularly. They take 50 pictures and stack them, and it's the same as pixel shift anyway. So
that is correct. That is correct.
So I don't mind pixel shift. It's just that everyone makes such a big thing of it.
Yeah, they're marketing it. They're marketing it in a way that it's the greatest thing since the microwave oven.
Yeah,
it's a tool, but it's a niche tool. It has a very small area of use where it makes sense to use it, but they talk about it like it's something that every single photographer is going to use tomorrow as soon as they put it in the camera, and that's not reality.
No, for sure. But it's like Roy said to me when we were discussing up to capture, correct? So Roy was saying to me, hey, but you can do that with a camera trapping system. Yes, you can do it. But you don't have a camera trapping system with you all the time. where you have auto capture, you have your
Most cameras do camera trap though.
exactly, but and the same goes with like Roy, you were saying at this moment, and that's actually an application. If you want to have a lot of definition in a landscape, you take a longer telephoto and you do a series of photos, and then you make a panel, correct? That has a lot of resolution and a lot of megapixels.
And you don't want too many megapixels to start with.
Exactly, and that create fantastic high resolution images, correct? But having that option at your fingertips and having the pixel shift at your fingertip is the same.
It's nice
like
to have. I'm just annoyed by the way they push it as such a good feature.
The this question on the screen here, which
all the time.
do you like, Sigma or Tamron lenses better?
Tamron are built better.
My only comment on that is well, one, I don't own either one. I used to have Sigma lenses. I used to have both, actually, back when I was using SLRs. I would have both, but I don't have either right now that I use for my that I've used for a digital SLR or a mirrorless camera. So I can't really comment other than Nikon obviously has kind of gotten in bed with Tamron with some of their lenses that they came out with that have the Nikon name on them, but we know they're made by Tamron. So they have not done that with Sigma. So is that
there's a reason for that?
What is the reasoning behind that? Is it because they think the Tamron product's better than the Sigma, or that they just couldn't come to an agreement with Sigma? None of us really know the answer to that, but
exactly.
Is Sigma Sigma's with the L Alliance. Did Tamron join also? Because Sigma and Tamron don't recognize each other.
No.
So
years ago, they were both terrible brands, but they've come a long way since then. I think Tamron's a pretty good brand now. Of the third party, I still like Voigtlander. I'm not so fond of some of the Chinese ones, mainly because they got plastic elements in their lenses.
Well, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that like the Sigma Art lenses, and
I never really liked it much.
I mean,
it was overpriced for what it is.
And Viltrox has come a long way too. So
Viltrox are okay, but they're more of a budget lens.
Yeah.
So
on the issue of on the software updates and all that kind of stuff that we were talking about, the only comment that I will make is that while all these features are fantastic, correct, and we know that, and they make our life a lot easier, there is still they don't work the same on their.
If you're on a budget, they work well enough. But if there's a new camera out, there's a chance that the old Tamron or Sigma may not work on it.
No, but the point that I was going to make, Roy, is that light conditions and light quality is still impact how the software works, correct? So you shooting against light or with the light behind you, all that affect the autofocus system, how well the record. You know that, Jeff. You probably see that all the time, correct? So I think for us as a photographer, correct, what we need to do is put ourselves in a situation that is advantageous with respect to the quality of life, correct? Quality of life is the best, so you need to, you're not a photographer. Don't go at photograph 11 in the middle of the day, in a sunny day. Wake up early, get the best light. Okay? So light quality, and that's what this new software, new cameras, it frees us more of the technical constraint and make us work more in our photographic craft, correct? And working with light. What is the light that I need, and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
if you're not going to shoot wide open, any lens is going to be a good lens.
Yeah, and I know that I probably shoot wide open more often than I should. I'll be quite honest with you. I mean, if you were to talk to the old school professional wildlife photographers, they would tell you, you know, so that you're not doing a balancing act and assuming that the lens quality is so good that you could shoot wide open on that bird in flight, and the autofocus is so good that eye is going to be tack sharp. And they'll say, look, you got to, you don't, it's like if your car can go 190 miles an hour, doesn't mean you should drive at 190 miles an hour. It may not run too long going 190 miles an hour. It's not used to going 190 miles an hour. And the thing is, like, they'll say, hey, stop it down a couple stops. Give yourself a little breathing room so that if your autofocus point isn't exactly on the eye, you know it's still going to be tack sharp because you gave yourself a margin of error. And a lot of people, and I do it myself, and I shouldn't. Sometimes, you know, well, sometimes I have no choice. I don't have a lot of light. You know, I'm shooting really early in the morning, and I have to shoot wide open because I don't want to be shooting at ISO 20,000. So sometimes you don't have that option. But, you know, when the lighting does get better, when the lighting does get better, where I can stop down a couple stops and not affect my ISO significantly because there's more light, then I will do that because it makes it so I'm not walking the tightrope, you know. I gave myself some breathing room, you know, and that's what and you had to do that more so with the lenses made 20, 30 years ago because they weren't as optically, I mean, so many lenses are so sharp edge to edge now, wide open. It's crazy.
Especially the Z lenses.
Yeah, you never had that before with it.
Well, I shoot portraits at 5.6 most of the time because it's just safer.
Always compromises. But talking about that you were saying, correct? Your greater chance of running a good photo if you don't have a higher or sufficient speed, correct? Versus a lower or a higher ISO. At this point, with the cameras that we have today, for the type of thing that you do and I do, I would take higher ISO than a blur camera because of movement, correct?
Oh yeah. You do what you got to do to get the shot the way you want it to look, and you deal with the noise afterwards. And if you can't get rid of the noise, so what? You still got that. You still may have gotten that one in a lifetime shot of an eagle flying off with a duck in its talons or something like that, you know. And so who cares if it's a little grainy? You got the shot. How many people get that shot? Right?
They got enough software now to get rid of the noise. So,
well, to an extent.
And then going back to the settings again, you know, we circle the wagons back to the setting. That's why it's good to have a program in one of the buttons that function, you know, click and hold that had the possibility to hold, correct? To have a setting for high speed, correct? So I have one of my function buttons now. I used to have it different, but like the F1 is like a, you know, animal, correct? 1/1600 or 3200 auto ISO. So if I need to go fast, I just one button hold and it goes directly to that, even if I was shooting a 1/20. Correct. So that is because you know, if there is action, you need high speed.
I don't. You birders might, but I don't need the high speed.
Exactly. Well, Roy, we are making you a bird.
That diamond ring ain't running away anytime unless somebody steals it off your carousel.
That's right.
but Roy, a kookaburra singing, you know, and you cannot photograph that at 1/20, right? So.
I like fast glass because you always worry about not having enough light. But the lenses we used to carry in the old days were very soft, wide open. New
Exactly.
Z lenses are usable all the way to wide open, which is fantastic. Makes life so much easier.
So you see, Phil. If you look at that comment from Phil,
the last one here. This one here.
No, what? No, the one about ranking.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
that
what
could
I
be a
got
good, that could be a good challenge.
Yeah.
If everybody submit their own list, because my list of my 1 to 10 will be different than Randall. They will be different than Roy.
It depends on what you need the lens for as well.
Exactly.
Well, it's like Z Wade was a one of many. Okay, other than the Plena, the Plena is an exception to the rule, and probably the 85-1.2 or the 50-1.2 or the Noct, but or the old 105 1.4. Okay.
Yes.
So there's a handful of lenses that don't apply to, but a lot of lenses, not too many, 10 years ago or whatever, I mean, it was, or the let's say F mount glass. It was like, if you didn't stop it down, it was never sharp corner to corner, wide open. You had to stop it down at least 2 stops, maybe 3, but at least 2. And now, I know Z Wade, he, and it's all a matter of everybody's personal taste, because photography is about personal taste, right? What you want to represent in your image, what you want to have your photo, the style that you want to have with your photographs or whatever. But he would always say, there's too many, the lenses today don't have any character.
That's right.
And so some people look at that softer around the edge. You're doing a portrait, and the person's face and shoulder and their hair is nice and sharp, and then it's soft around the edges. For many, as a portrait photographer, that's a desirable effect. They like to have that.
That's right.
And so they aren't necessarily happy that with the new glass they put it on, and they can't make it. So without going into Photoshop and doing some, using some of the tools, but they can't out of camera get that effect where the corners are soft, and that's what they call character. So they're not happy that the lenses are so critical, are so clinically sharp.
Actual colors, and you put too much glass in a lens to correct too many things, and you lose some of the color definition.
That's right.
So it's all personal taste, because some people would rather use the lens they'd rather use the F mount lens than the Z mount lens. And then others will say, I want it clinically sharp, corner to corner. That's when my work, I need it sharp, corner to corner.
Depends on what the usage is.
But things like color fringing, correct? I remember, I mean, even with Nikon lenses, correct?
Oh, yeah.
20 years ago, if you start, stopping down too much, or certain scenes with the light behind, you will get color fringing. You will see a little halo of purple or halo of green. I don't see that anymore.
All those extra elements have corrected for that, but you've lost some of the color definition because of it.
Exactly.
Where I see where you get the chromatic aberration lots of times is, especially early in the morning when you don't have when you have the cool colors, the cool colors, and you got a blue sky, right? And you got tree branches going up into the sky. You'll get that blue around the edges of the tree branches. You'll get that chromatic aberration around the blue of the tree branches. And here's where not everybody would like to do this, and I don't do it all the time. Sometimes I just say it is what it is, and you do have a chromatic aberration thing that you could click on in the Lightroom menu system.
That's right.
If it doesn't automatically recognize the lens and do it automatically. But another trick is sometimes change your color temperature. if you took the image and it's cool coloration, and you got that blue, the blue on the branches in the sky, if you warm it up like you took it a little bit later in the morning and you increase the color temperature, you could get rid of that fringing right away, and the image still looks good. It just looks like you took it at a different point in time, but the image still looks very, very good, and you get rid of that fringing. But you're doing it you're cheating because you're changing your color temperature. But that works too.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I noticed it on the.
So again,
depending on your lighting, it'll make
quality of light. I mean, we as a photographer, that's what we are for, correct? Yeah. To recognize the quality of light, correct? If you know you're shooting, the blue hours, sunrise, you need to be prepared, correct? Yeah. If you're photographing in the shadows, you need to be prepared. That doesn't mean that you have to. For me, I shoot mostly out to white balance, but I know that whatever the camera white balance is doing could be I need to fix it afterwards, correct?
Yeah, you have with the shooting in RAW, you have that, and that's the other reason why you want to shoot RAW, is because you don't have the same latitude of change when it comes to temperature, the temperature range with a JPEG file as you do with a RAW file.
Exactly.
So that's one reason to shoot RAW for those that don't like to shoot it. But if you gotta kick something out of the gate quick, for the local rag or whatever, and you got to get an image to somebody quick, then do a RAW plus JPEG, and send them the JPEG right away or whatever. But if you're doing it for a print you want to put on your wall, then you're probably going to want to shoot RAW, and you're going to want to tinker with it a little bit,
Well, particularly when late in the afternoon, early in the morning, the color of the light is changing so quickly, correct? So,
yeah.
Like I was saying that when I was, I think I comment during the presentation, but I also comment to you, Jeff, that certainly shooting on the water, correct, from the boat, as the boat was changing the angle between the sun and, I mean, the color of the water was changing tremendously, correct, and that was affecting the light that I was getting in the camera. So that I think that's what technology free us to do, to be more of a photographer and less of a technician on the camera, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to put this comment back up again because the only thing I want to say on kind of like on this is my opinion only. You guys can throw in your comments. Is I'm always a little nervous, more so now than. I'm still a little nervous buying third-party glass, even if it gets great reviews, only because at any point in time, if there was a falling out between manufacturers, your camera manufacturer and a third-party lens manufacturer, maybe the third-party lens manufacturer went too far and did something that Canon didn't like or Nikon didn't like or whatever, they could easily make it so none of their lenses work on their cameras anymore. I mean, they could
sometimes do.
Yeah, they could do a firmware update, and they've done that, and this has affected some Viltrox lenses. I know that for a fact. They've done firmware updates, and then all of a sudden, a handful of Viltrox lenses won't work anymore. So you gotta take that risk that if you buy that third-party lens, something completely out of your control can happen, and then all of a sudden that lens isn't working right anymore. And then you hope that that third-party company has a good relationship with Nikon, and if they call Nikon up and say, "Oh, our lenses aren't working good since you put out this firmware update," Nikon says, "Yeah, we get along good with you. You guys do stuff for us and help us out sometimes, and blah blah blah. We'll take care of it. We'll put out a firmware update and we'll take care of it." But if you don't like them, then you may not do that.
It used to be a big problem at the beginning of digital when they first came out. A lot of lenses didn't work as soon as a new camera came out. You had to get the lens replaced. But
So,
things like
Albert made a good comment there, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Most lenses are pretty good now. Stop them down a couple of stops and they're fine. Things like portraits, the lighting's so much more important than the lens anyway.
Well,
spend some money on lighting like Jeff has.
You get mixed messages over the years from these lenses coming out. I mean, the new crop of lenses say coming out. Like, let's take the Plena for example. I'm probably going to get one at some point. Not in a super rush, but at some point I'm going to get one. But the thing is, every for whatever reason, whether you're a studio photographer, well, I'll pick on a studio photographer. The studio, a lot of people will say, "Oh yeah, I'm in the studio. I shoot wide open all the time, or whatever." And it's like, I don't believe that. I think many studio photographers shoot between they either shoot f5.6, maybe f4, 5.6, f8, somewhere in that range. They're not shooting it wide open. They're not shooting it wide open. But then the thing is, they get, as they say, wrapped around the axle with, but I got to buy that 1.2 lens. It's like, but you're not ever shooting at 1.2, right? I mean, but it's a talking point. It's like, I got to get the fastest lens that came out, but they're not using it that way. They're stopping it down to 5.6. They're stopping it down to f4. So it's like, I don't really get it. I don't get it. Why?
I carry a 1.2 because sometimes if I'm out somewhere, you need the extra light. That's the only reason.
Randall, you taking off for a little bit?
No, that was Eva. Eva's saying goodnight.
Eva's taking off. Okay, take care, Eva.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't always track everything. But it's I get your point. If you're in crappy light, you like to have the extra speed. But if you're in a studio setting, you're controlling the light. Okay, right? So you're not. It's not important that you have a 1.2 lens. But if you're doing a lot of outdoor stuff, then that's a different story. But
most people it's better to spend the money on a flash or a strobe. A good one.
Yeah. It's just funny how the story evolves. I think to fit the circumstances, because when they couldn't make lenses that were sharp, corner to corner, wide open, then they'd say, well, the manufacturers would say, well, you don't want that anyway. You're using it for portraits. You want it to be soft around the edges. And then when the technology changes and it's sharp corner to corner, and then it's like, wow, you definitely want to have it sharp corner to corner. Why wouldn't you want this lens? It's like the narrative changes based on the technology, and what was said 10 years ago to fit the technology. Now they don't say that anymore. They say what fits the bill for the new technology.
You find the shortcomings of the prior generation of technology when the new generation get announced. So it was perfect until the day they announced a new one and correct all the problems of the prior one.
Yeah, it's like when we say, did your D850 all of a sudden forget how to take good pictures? I don't think so. Now I would agree that a D850, the D850 is this when it comes to video. Right? I mean, it stinks. It stinks.
It's brilliant.
Snow on my head. It stinks for video, but for stills,
I used to use it for video, but
right,
it's more work.
Yeah,
you can get there, but it's always more work.
Yeah.
Well, they said the D780 was for the video, and the D850 was more of the stills. So.
Yeah,
that's just marketing.
That's market. Yeah. See, that's another case of you recognize you have a weak spot, right? So you say, well, we gave you 1080p, we gave you something, but it's really meant for stills. But if you could have done 4K back then they wouldn't have said, oh, but it's really still for stills. They'd say, but you could do 4K video too. It's all tailored around that point in time. That point in time. It's all, and we all get sucked into it, and we all buy into it, and we always, we got to have this new thing. We got to have this. We got to have that. The D8, your D850 didn't, like I said, your D850 didn't forget how to take a good picture. Your D700 didn't forget how to take a good picture.
I like the button layout on the D850 and D5 much better than the new cameras.
Yeah. But it's just funny how the narrative goes. It's interesting to look at it. I'll throw out. Let me see. Let me bring up my cheat sheet here for the show. I tried to get a fair amount of stuff in here because I feel like I really screwed you guys last week not being on. So I says I gotta work double hard to try to make sure I got stuff for this week because I feel bad that people
we'll never
came
forgive
on.
you.
Yeah, I know you guys had to explain to everybody that I didn't die and that I just wasn't on, but I feel bad about that.
He was out partying too much.
Yeah, I'm a real partier. You can tell. Yeah, I'm sweating to the oldies is what I'm doing. I'll throw out a couple did you know categories, a couple did you know things here. And I'm sure most of you know this. Leica invented the autofocus camera system with the Corefot, Correfot, the Corefot in 1976. They spent 20 years plus developing and patenting the technology for autofocus technology in cameras, only to sell the patents to Minolta, who went on to introduce the autofocus SLR to the masses. So you say, well, why did they sell the patents to Minolta? Well, this was kind of where it went with that. Basically, the top people at Leica decided that its customers already know how to focus the camera. A real photographer can take an image manually focusing their lens, and they couldn't do what they call a paradigm shift. They couldn't get out of that paradigm, and even though they invested money for 20 years, and they basically took, I think it was a Leica SL2, and they modified it, and of course the early autofocus technology was contrast detect autofocus, and they had huge motors on the thing. It was an abomination. It looked horrible. It worked. It was slow as molasses, but they came out with it, right? And then when they sold the patents to Minolta fine-tuned it. They worked on it for a number of years, and they came out with the Minolta Maxim 7000, which was a marketing success. And when they introduced that Minolta Maxim 7000, the thing that was a killer as well was they released that camera with 11 lenses at the same time. When they announced that camera, it wasn't like, oh, you can only get 2 or 3 lenses. They already had 11 autofocus lenses developed that came out at the same time they announced that brand new autofocus camera, and it was a hit. It did a great job, and I'm sure the Leica brass were all like shaking their heads to a certain extent because they're the ones that started the whole thing, but didn't want to finish it. And but that kind of explains the close relationship that Minolta and Leica always had a very close relationship, because when Leica, other than their initial SLR bodied Leicas that they came out with that were all mechanical. They had no electronics in them at all. When they decided to get to where they had, aperture priority or shutter priority or both and a program mode, they were basically using the electronics to be able to do those modes. They were getting electronics from Minolta to put into their Leica cameras. And I think the R4 had a lot of problems with the electronics, or more than average problems with the electronics. But all that stuff got ironed out when the R5 came out, and it was very reliable, and it had, electronics from Minolta in there. And of course, Minolta worked on rangefinder cameras with them. They worked on, the Leica CL, and you had the CLE that was sold both by Leica and Minolta. And so they had a very good relationship for a long period of time. And eventually they separated, and Leica was doing their own thing again. But they had a close relationship for quite a long period of time. And
so you're saying that Leica was like the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center of the autofocus system.
Yeah.
That they developed the product, but they didn't know their hierarchy how to use it. Right?
Yeah. Nikon did the same thing. They brought out an AF version of their F3 before the Minolta. They only made 2 lenses for it, and they just didn't support it. So it just died. Then Minolta did it properly.
Yeah.
Well, and Jeff, in your investigation, the mirrorless system didn't come with Sony, correct? It was always there, correct?
Well, you had the Nikon 1 that didn't sell well.
Exactly.
But you had the Nikon 1, and then they gave up on it, and
didn't support it.
They didn't support it. They didn't.
Could have been a good camera.
Yeah.
So I never liked it because of the size of the sensor.
So every kind of like major manufacturer has had that like oopsa moment, Kodak, Kodak
exactly.
could have been a major player, and they made the digital photo backs that went on the back of Nikon bodies. When I worked in the aerospace industry, in my early days, we had professional photographer, a small staff of professional photographer that did all the marketing brochures and stuff for the company. And at the time, they were using what Roy's showing you right there. They were using Nikon bodies. Let me wheel that over, Roy. They were using Nikon bodies with Kodak digital backs, and that's what they used. And they were using
Nikon F5 on top.
Yeah, they were using all that.
Yeah, F5.
Now, how many megapixels was that, Roy, when it came out? 10?
4?
Maybe? 4?
Probably about 5 or 6 or less.
5 or 6 or less.
But that's very common. In any big corporation, there is always a big disconnect between the R&D divisions and the bosses, correct? Because sometimes the bosses don't understand what the R&D department is promoting, correct? And sometimes the R&D department gets completely disconnected from the bottom line business end. So that is unfortunately more common than we think, correct?
I'll throw up this question: is a Z8 at a disadvantage to the Z9 for not having a drive dial? I think that comes down to, I don't have a Z8, but I think that comes down to a matter of convenience, because you could put anything you want in the iMenu, or the My Menu function, or the iMenu function, to make it easier for you to access certain things that you might want to do. So I think it's just a matter of, if you were used to having that if you had a Z9 and you're used to that, it may bother you. but I don't think it's anything that is of major consequence, because it's not like you don't have a way of going in and relatively easily changing it. It's just a different way of doing it, and
Not something you change often.
No, I tell you, at this moment, the Z8 is more practical than the C9 for what I do. So I think, yeah. No, I look.
Yep.
No,
fun again.
Let me go back.
That's good timing.
Yeah, I pull you over just as you go to put it back on the shelf again.
I didn't think anyone was watching, so I put it back again.
I'll just do musical squares all night, and I'll have to put up that warning sign that the light flashes. If it bothers you, you may have to like not watch the screen.
It's brother, the Z9's on downstairs doing auto capture test now. I can't seem to get it right.
But you know,
Randall was showing something.
Randall,
well, I had the same camera.
Oh, okay. So here's another. I only did 3. Did you know? It's just to kind of mix things up. I like to mix things up. I'm actually running out of things to think of looking up. The first motor drive ever produced was called the Molly, and it was on the Leica 3C Molly. It was called the Leica 3C Molly.
I remember it.
Which came out in 1940 to 1946. That was the first motor drive. Now, here's a question for Roy. Will know the answer to this. If anybody knows the answer to this, it will be Roy. And I'll ask it in the form of a question. What was the first Nikon to feature the red accent on the body?
F3.
F3. Yep. Yep. The F3. Designed by Italian automotive and industrial designer Giorgetto Giugiaro. And that red line, or that red accent around your shutter release button or around your shutter release button, it has been a continuous carryover from his original design of the body. And Roy just happens to have one within.
Wow.
F3.
Here you go, F3.
Well, where's the red?
The red line is right here. You can't. It's right on the front and the grid.
Oh, okay, now it's okay.
Yeah.
Very dark in here today.
Yeah.
We've had no power for about 4 or 5 days now.
Oh,
power
wow.
station went down.
So what is the Roy? So what is the pentaprism that you have? Because
that's the autofocus F3.
Oh, okay, because you see, my first kind of camera was the one that I didn't get from that I didn't steal from my dad, was the F3 HP, correct? So which I love, but I think John was mentioning, so the F3 HP, fantastic camera, correct? But this is this trajectory of technology. When the A90, which is not a great camera compared with the F3 HP, I moved to the A90 because you didn't have to have the whole motor drive was integrated in the camera, correct? That was a big thing with the A90.
Now that camera is like the King Kong with the motor drive on it. King Kong camera.
The F2 was worse.
Yeah, the F3 was worse with the big drive on it. Yeah.
So the A90, which was a prosumer camera, it was integrated, correct? No longer you have to put a motor drive; it will drive your film.
I got one for each model.
Yeah, they had some that were so tall with the motor drive option and the batteries in it. Of course, back then they were all AA batteries. You'd have
which was good.
6 or 8 AA batteries in some of these.
But this one here with the AF is very rare. That came out before the Minolta, but Nikon didn't support it.
So that was the first autofocus, correct?
Yeah, one of the very first autofocus cameras, pre-Minolta, but Nikon didn't believe in it. They only produce 2 lenses, which are over there, of course. But they could have done so much more.
Yeah, Minolta wasn't necessarily the first, but they were considered the first to have sold on a large quantity of autofocus cameras. You know.
Well, and Jeff, you probably remember they also market the bejesus out of autofocus. Right?
Oh yeah.
All the magazines and so. What is that, Roy? We don't have good light on you today.
I used to love Minolta's ad campaign more than anybody else. Like, only from the mind of Minolta.
Exactly.
Worries you, doesn't it?
Oh man, I love those commercials.
And now we find out the mind of Minolta was the mind of Leica.
Yeah. It's
Minolta actually made a lot of the accessories for Nikon as well.
Yeah, so those are the only did you knows that I had. Let's see here. We talked about Z8 firmware. So a few things on Sony rumors. Some things that come up, and I'm reading off like their verbatim. I'm not making. I don't like ad lib and make stuff up when I'm talking about this stuff. I mean, this is actually how it was written. Other than the first word in my sentence here, I go, wow, $446 off the Sony Tough 1920 gigabyte Type A card. Now only $954. Get yours now. Get yours now. So the now part, the wow part, and the get yours now is my verbiage. But so you're saving $446, but it still costs you $954 for that 1920 gigabyte.
That's a big mistake Sony made going with the age.
Oh my goodness! And the thing is, it says, and this is the thing that we all have issue with all these card manufacturers are. You need to know what the sustained write speed is.
That's right. That's what counts.
That's critical. And very few, if any, will tell you what the sustained write speed is on the label for the card itself, or when you look at it, like in the advertisement when you're looking at B&H Photo or whoever. So they on the actual card that I just mentioned, it says 800 megabytes per second read, 700 megabytes per second write. But then when you look at the specs, it says this card is rated for the VPG 200 class. And I says, what's VPG? Well, that stands for Video Performance Guarantee Standard, which ensures cards can handle, and I laughed at this, that cards can handle the high data rates required for video recording. Well, that's a crock of baloney because, and it says so their VPG 200 means that it can handle the high data rates required for video recording, minimum sustained 200 megabytes per second write speed. And obviously, data rates for recording are less demanding than shooting RAW at 20 to 30 frames per second. You could not get away with a 200 megabytes per second write speed and shoot 20 frames per second.
Maybe they should upgrade to XQD.
So that's like a joke because the card itself says 700 megabytes per second write, but the sustained speed is only 200 megabytes per second. So the card is really only good for video. Really only good for video. Fine for video, but not if you're going to throw it in A1 shooting 30 frames per second. That ain't going to cut it.
Even XQD is better than that, though.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of funny. Sony rumors says Sony rumors thinks the Canon R1 is not coming out anytime soon.
Yeah,
what a surprise!
They're coming out after the Olympics.
So. Did you see the rumor about having a global shutter and all that?
Yeah.
I won't say it. Fertilizer.
Yeah. So Sony rumors is saying the R5 II is going to come out in the late spring and the R1 after that. And it says, in the meantime, the A1 is getting a major firmware update, and the guess is an A1-2 optimistically may come out in November. But they say they don't need to rush, because with the R1 coming out who knows when, they don't necessarily need to kick out an A1-2 too early. So they're saying optimistically November, but probably they said they're betting on an announcement in early 2025 for the A1-2, because they don't have any pressure on them to come out right now with an A1-2, especially if they do a major firmware update on the A1. You know, they could ride that for a while and hold off, you know, kicking out the A1-2. Supposedly a Sigma 500 millimeter f5.6 is coming out on February 21st. A couple days. Priced just under $3,000, linear motor, less than 1.5 kilograms in weight, supposedly sharper than the Sony 200 to 600. Well, that makes sense. A fixed lens is always sharper than a zoom. And it says very low chromatic aberrations. So for you Sony fans out there, you got a Sigma f5.6 coming out with a linear motor, lightweight, under 3,000.
200 to 600 Sony's an excellent lens. Probably not as good at video as maybe the Nikon 180 to 600, but a very good lens.
Scubarazzi just came in. Hello, Scubarazzi. We hope you're doing well in your neck of the woods, in your part of the world. So this is still from the Sony Rumors site. And this was a real funny statement. It says, Canon claims to be #1 in mirrorless market. Sony says, nope. My opinion is, are we ready to rumble?
I think in different areas of the market, they're probably both #1.
Yeah,
in the more professionals, the Canons are ahead of them. In the point and shoots and all the smaller ones, the Sony are ahead. Because you don't see too many professionals with Sonys. A few, but not many.
Well, unfortunately, they do have a lot of pros with them, because they basically did the deal with the Associated Press, and all their photographers use Sony now, even though they may or may not want to. They switched, you know. They have a captive audience.
Most press photographers I know are still using DSLRs.
Here's a technical question for you, Roy, on this next lens announcement that Sony came out with. A Sigma 15 millimeter f1.4 DG DN diagonal fisheye / art lens for the Sony E mount and the Leica L mount coming out on February 21st. And they say a circular fisheye gives you a 180-degree angle of view across the whole periphery, while a diagonal fisheye gives you a roughly 180-degree diagonal angle of view and a greatly distorted view of the image periphery. This effect is known as full frame fisheye effect because of the resulting image covers the entire frame. Can you explain that more in English?
Okay. A circular fisheye, if I could show you a picture from the other computer, I would, gives you a circular image, and all the rest of it is black. But a diagonal fisheye gives you the 4x3, and the whole frame's covered.
So is that lens like an American football ball, or is still circular?
They should look the same.
Oh,
They'll both be bulgy type lenses. I'll show you the difference. If I can find them. It's hard to find things in the dark.
Yeah, we may end up hurting Roy by making him try to find stuff in the dark here.
Yeah, Roy, your lighting is very interesting tonight. It looks like the aliens are coming to get you in any moment.
It's all battery powered.
Yeah,
I can't find any. All the lenses are black on black, but most fisheyes have got a bulge.
You're not on the mains.
Not at the moment.
No,
Oh,
the power's been out in Brisbane for a while.
Been in Melbourne for 4 days, 5 days.
No, yeah.
The storm hit the power station. I've got a
oh,
generator, but I lent it out to someone
oh, okay.
because they needed it more than I did. And half my lights are lent out as well.
I hope it's
They're
not
all
too
battery
hot.
powered. They're all battery powered.
So do you have all the windows open and everything to
Oh,
get?
it's daytime now, but I'm used to having the blinds down because it's a studio.
Wow. Well, it's working well, considering that you have been here sitting with your battery for so long.
Mm. I remember in the early days of lighting when we used to use AC powered lights, I used to have batteries from the car batteries and an inverter attached to them to power the lights. Because often you're not allowed, you can't use mains power in certain places. They won't let you touch their power.
Yeah, I didn't know that the Brisbane has a problem with the power.
Mm.
And that
So
was a
what-
hurricane or something like that hit the plant, or
Sorry?
that was like what, like a regular storm or a hurricane?
No, it was a pretty bad
Cyclone.
storm.
Okay.
We also got fires.
Ooh,
the same
wow.
That's
Well,
a stereo.
It's
What the
affecting.
hell?
That's a stereo fisheye.
Stereo fisheye.
That used to be popular in about the 70s.
Well, they used to make stereo lens cameras.
Yeah.
Quite a few different camera manufacturers made stereo lens cameras. It kind of gave you, I guess they kind of said it gave you somewhat of a 3D effect, correct?
Okay, but
That's right.
Jeff, is this
Totally
is
useless, but
this,
interesting.
does this produce a stereo image, or this is
Yeah, it produced a stereo image, I think, that one.
okay?
Yeah, yeah,
This one is 180 degrees. So they
yeah. It
said
says a 3D. Yeah, it gives you a 3D like effect.
And what camera does work this?
That's for a Canon lens.
I'm sorry?
Canon lens.
Canon.
Canon
So-
lens.
No, it's a Canon lens, but what is the 3D camera that Canon has?
It's
So
for
RF.
it's an
It
RF
does look like
lens.
Okay.
It's an RF lens, 5.2 millimeter, dual fisheye, f2.8L dual fisheye, 3D VR lens. Yeah, that's
A lot of the fisheyes are crop center only.
and the old fisheyes you got to be careful of because the depth of them was the depth of them was so long that would go into the body that some of them you would have to do mirror lockup and move the mirror out of the way, or you would break the mirror putting it on the camera because it went into the body too far. So you had to flip the mirror up, so you were doing everything blind. You know.
Yeah, but I still confused here. Randall, you are the one. So you would put that one that basically that lens on any camera, or
You,
On
different-
a Canon camera, yes.
some with two, some is one circular. So I decided to show another one with two.
Yeah, it just gives you a stereo image. They used to have, even in the 30s, I think they had what they called stereo optic cameras that had two lenses. And they had one in the 1800s. They had
Yeah, of course.
plate camera that was a stereo plate camera.
Yeah, but that's too.
And supposedly with those two lenses, and they'd be obviously the same on the same plane and the same focal length. Supposedly, it would give you a 3D like effect when you made the image.
Oh no, for sure. But stereoscopic cameras have existed, but basically, even on the film time, I used to play with that. You know, you take two photos, and then you look at it with a stereoscopic glass, and then you see it 3D. But film, you can do that, correct? And, but but I didn't know about this. Is this recording two different images on the same sensor, and then
That's what I think it does.
No, it's like a binoculars. Okay. You can get a 3D effect, and it's a manual focus lens, but it's for the RF, the new Canon.
The new
RF,
Canons.
but it's a 5.2. So he was talking about, what was it, a 15 millimeter or 15?
If you go to crop sensor, you need to be wider like that. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Randall, wait, okay, you put that lens, you take your image. When you see the image, is one single image or two images?
That's what I'm
one single image, but it has a different depth perception to it.
So you have to wear special glasses?
No. Your image will just look different.
Wow.
Because of the way,
if you type it in Google, they got a video with it, and they describe what it does.
Okay.
It's just a funny version of a fisheye lens.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's still not single. I mean, because we know.
That's a single image. It's not, you're not taking two images. It's one image on your digital sensor, and you see a 3D-ish look to that image.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
It
doesn't put one image in your left eye and another image on your right eye.
Right. It doesn't work. It's like binoculars. Okay.
Binoculars still a single image.
You don't have to wear strange glasses to see the effect or anything. You see it just looking at it.
The old stereo cameras used to produce two images side by side.
I mean, Roy, we were talking about with F3 HP. I used to do that because obviously, I used to for area photography. You do a lot of stereo. Me as a geologist, correct? I used a lot of look at outcrops and stuff with stereoscopic glasses, correct? And you take photos from the satellites or photos from airplanes, and you look at with stereoscopic glasses, and then you can do mapping, correct? So I remember with my F3,
you used to be able to get lenses that did that years ago.
You don't need to. You put your F3 on a rail, and you take an image here. You rail it. You take another image. And then you look at with stereoscopic glasses at the two photos, and it's 3D, correct? So
Scubarazzi asked
the Horseman camera that does that too. The Horseman camera is designed especially for that.
And that was what Jeff was saying, that 3D cameras existed since camera have been existed, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was actually looking at almost buying a camera from the 1800s or early 1900s that was a stereo camera, wooden camera.
And we, as a kid, correct? Everybody here has at one time a ViewMaster.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
and then that went away.
That was the ultimate quality.
Well,
it was cool. Everybody. You'd go on a trip to Niagara Falls, and you'd buy the discs for it with already made. You didn't have to bring a camera. You just bought the souvenir shop, bought the stuff.
You see, Jeff, the first time I saw a picture from Disneyland, correct? Remember, I was born in Caracas, correct? Was an aunt of mine went to visit Disneyland, and brought the Disneyland 3D pictures in the little round things. So as a kid, you can imagine looking at Disneyland when you are 6, 7 years old for the first time. That was magical, correct? The Los Angeles airport looked like from the future, correct?
Yeah, the plane's like in your face, and the rest is in the back.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember one of the things that she brought for us, as a present, was everybody here knows, correct? Zorro. So it was a whole round thing on the ViewMaster of one of the episodes of Zorro, and then you could watch it in color because it was still black and white in the sequence, and then you can see, wow, that look amazing.
Well, now you can do with the iPhone. They put images and stuff where they show an area and becomes 3-dimensional. You have the Vision Pro, which people are trying out, which you can do a computer. So
well, but
technology is fantastic.
And Randall, but that's still presenting, because that's the only way to achieve 3D is to present one image to your left eye and a different image to your right eye.
Well, it's like different colors, right?
No.
No, they were
Two
just
different
separate images, slightly askew.
Right.
They started that during World War II for aeroplane photography.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, area photographer, anybody that did area photography, you analyze it with a 3D. I mean, the plane will take photos one after the other,
2 at a time or something,
and then you put it in a table, and then you look at it through the stereoscopic glasses that forces your eye. Actually, that tires your eye like crazy, because it basically forces your eyes to look not at a single point, but to look to look like this, not like. Let me put it. Not like this, but you
had to look straight. You had to look straight ahead.
Exactly,
and you just had to look straight ahead rather than focus on you had to look straight ahead.
So you need to adapt your eyes when you're in a table doing that, correct? Like looking far away, so your eyes don't concentrate on what you have. The eyes are focusing. It's almost like still focusing too close, but the muscle had to be directed for something that is far away. And in university, remember, correct? Many people could not do it. Correct? You get the photos.
It was very specialized.
Well, no, it's just that the brain didn't work if you were not this. Sometimes people have a dominant eye versus they could not make the eyes focus like in parallel. But when you get that, I mean, I tell you, we as a geologist, it works. It works for
you wouldn't see with a single photo.
Oh, sure.
And this photography lasted till the 70s, and I've still got 1 or 2 lenses that do it. They put 2 images on the film side by side, ready for that.
Exactly.
I think Nikon even made a camera that does it specially for that.
Wow. That has like they had two lenses and everything, correct?
2 lenses. It looked like 2 cameras mating.
Yeah, like a twin camera.
Yeah.
No, a Chinese twin
camera.
Yeah, Siamese camera.
Yeah, Siamese camera.
You think it might be in the Nikon Museum in Japan?
Oh, it is. I've seen it there. It is there.
But
they have a website, don't they?
I think so. They have a shop too. I like the shop.
Hey, Roy, did you have that 100-year celebration book from Nikon that they were talking?
I thought about getting it.
Yeah, I look at it here in the US, and it was only used, but the guys from Grace or Westminster have it new, so I may order it from them. It may take a while to arrive here in the US, but with books, I don't like, to buy a book and somebody has written something, or
unless he autographed it. Unless the original guy autographed it.
Yeah, so I may want one of their books and see. I mean, if it takes a couple of months in arriving, that's fine. Or
I've got a few Nikon books, but I'm not really into books that much.
No,
I don't have time to read them.
I tell you one thing I do.
I buy them and then I buy them and then it's like 3 months before I get a chance to look at them. I mean, eventually I do, but it's like other people, they buy a book and they read it cover to cover, like some people are speed readers, and they'll buy a thick book and 3 days later they'll say, "Yeah, I finished that book." I says, "You just got it, didn't you?" "Oh yeah, I read it in 3 days or 2 days or something." If I had a book that thick, it would be like 6 months before I got done with it. Just don't have the time.
What's your photo coffee table?
I like reference book because those,
I do too.
So
especially
you have Exactly. If you have a reference, yes, the PDF are good, but that's how silly I am. Correct. If I like a reference book, I may buy the PDF and the book because I want to have it in my library. But if I like a book, and I don't know, you guys do that, I actually buy the audio book and then listen. And if I like it, then I buy the book.
Oh, okay.
Because, well, because if I want to make a reference, correct? Look, this is the like the engineer, the scientist in me, correct? You're always looking for references, correct? So I'm not going to trust it completely by my memory, correct? So if I want to quote something, I need the actual physical book or the PDF. So, but I do like to listen to a lot of books. That's the only my eyes don't get so tired.
Well, you know, that's interesting. An audiobook about photography.
Yeah,
they don't have the pictures, but
no.
Wow.
You don't like YouTube much then?
Yeah, but Randall, I read or listen to other things that not only photography, correct? So,
well, right, but you know, it gets me because I do the same thing, but I would never think of photography of listening to an audiobook. I would either get a book or the PDF file.
Exactly.
But, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I got to try that.
I prefer the old coffee table books. Remember the old photo books? Great big A3 books that you could really go through.
Well, all right. So if you have a National Geographic magazine or, you know, photography,
not so much.
A lot of people will look through that besides Inquirer or The Sun or whatever. But that's always an interesting read. So you don't have to put it, you just leave it out and people will always pick it up and take a look at it. Besides,
I never found the images as impressive. The images in National Geographic were sometimes good, but mostly just ordinary.
And I agree here with Mossman is saying that he sometimes bought the book rather than the PDF. I agree. For me, it's still easy to read a page than a PDF. The PDF tire me more my eyes than an actual physical book. But the PDF is easy to search, correct?
That's right. Exactly.
So if you want to search something in a PDF, you just type it, go to that page. But
the thing is with with a paper manual, it's like
exactly.
If you got to bring the wife somewhere, she says, "Oh, wait in the car. I'll be right. I'll be back in 20 minutes or something." Run in and get something. You could take it out of your console, your car. You could be reading through it. You're not walking around with a tablet wherever you go or whatever.
That's what tablets are for.
It's just nice to have. It's just nice to have a small manual. To me, I'd rather have paper manuals any day.
Yeah, but if you want to search something, the PDF is better. So I think that's what I was saying. Audiobook, PDF, and physical books, they serve different purpose.
The PDF is good if you have like an editing program where you can edit the PDF, or you can highlight certain sections of the PDF.
Exactly.
So that you save it with the highlighted sections, so that next time you want to find something, it's quicker for you to find it because you already highlighted it.
If I'm looking up the manual, I'm usually in trouble.
I look in the manual to double check myself sometimes, or I've had memory loss and I have to refresh my memory.
Well, and now we have YouTube, right? So that's the other alternative. You type on
YouTube.
But indeed, I find myself that and listen to the audiobook, right? And then if I like it, and if it has images, Randall, correct?
Yeah.
So let's say I like to know about. Actually, that's true. I like to know about the Neanderthals and the Cro-Magnon, and I love that the new genetics, correct? So sometimes I like to listen. What are the new discoveries? So you listen. But if the book is making reference to a table, then I had to buy the book because I want to see what the table looks like. We are all crazy a little bit, but
all my manuals are on a tablet in case I have to leave the house.
Yeah.
If you're crazy that much, I'm like that, you know. Hey, we got Joey coming back. Oh, Joey must be lonely. Are you lonely tonight, Joey? You lonely tonight?
So lonely, guys. You know,
so lonely.
I couldn't get enough. I couldn't get
hey,
enough.
Joey,
How you guys doing?
You need to keep joining us here because when you get married, and you don't have time for us anymore.
That's right.
Oh, I'm gonna have even more time for you. That's the misconception.
That's where you
the amount of time is going to increase. Don't tell her that.
She'll be like, I don't know you guys no more. I don't know you.
No.
Oh, I loved
never.
I really, really, really enjoyed your barbershop video that you put together. That was perfect, man. That was excellent work. I really liked it a lot. That was really good.
Thanks, Jeff. I really appreciate that. It was definitely a lot of work getting all the different parts of that together. But you know, it was a lot of fun shooting it, and you know, I'm really grateful to all the people that worked with me to make that happen. You know, the guitarist we had come, you know, no one was compensated for that in any way, shape, or form, right? Like everyone was just there because they wanted to have a whiskey blues cigar night.
I was going to ask you when they were pouring the whiskey in the glass, was everybody fighting over who's going to drink it?
Oh, I mean, cheers. 100%. No, it was, it was great. You know, the owner of that barbershop's a really nice guy. So I've been going there to get my hair cut for the last probably about a year or so. And, you know, he's from Korea originally, and you know, I spent some time there, so it was always kind of a nice connection there. And yeah, time went by, and I was just like, hey, like, can I just bring some dudes by and smoke some cigars and make a video? And he was like, sure, just like let me smoke a cigar too. So it was good. It was really, really, really fun.
Yeah, for those of you who are totally confused and don't know what we're talking about, Joey put together, go to his channel. He put together a beautiful combination of, in a barbershop setting, of someone playing a guitar, and they got and smoking a cigar, and you got whiskey getting poured, and you got the haircut thing going on, and playing the blues. And it was a wonderful video, short video. And, you know, anybody here in the chat, you know, go there and check it out because it's a wonderful video. You'll really enjoy it. It was very well done. Very well done.
Randall,
thanks.
Enjoy it.
So, how's the temperature right now, Joe? In your place?
It was a balmy 5 degrees tonight, Randall. I mean, I was wearing my mankini out there. It was beautiful. I was getting my tan on. Oh, it was good. We've had a pretty good warm stretch of weather here the last, I'd say, 10 days or so.
Just on the opposite with Roy.
Yeah, we're quite warm. 30 something at the moment, I think.
So that's what warmth really
Celsius.
Yeah. 5 degrees Celsius.
And David's in his shorts in Portugal.
Yeah, David's in Portugal in shorts.
That would be a sight, wouldn't it?
That could be somewhat scary.
You know, super small world. My cousin actually knows him as well. It's crazy. I was like having dinner with them the other night, and he used to be part of the Calgary Photography Club. And I was like, "Hey, there's this guy in the live cast. You might know him." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I know him." So it's like, "Oh, cool. That's crazy. Not that many people."
So Roy, if you were going to buy a Leica SLR, what one would you buy?
S2.
S2.
The medium format one. Not very reliable, not very friendly, not very practical, but a lot of fun.
That's like 3 negatives and a positive.
It is. Well, the thing is, I've got the Z9 and the Z8 for getting things done.
You go,
Now,
I got the cameras that work in
done.
one hand, and I got the camera that works when it feels like it in the other hand.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
need to fight it for the creative process.
Yeah.
I'm very old school. I remember when most of the cameras were hit and miss when you took a photo. Talk about manuals. I realized all my FM and F2 manuals are still in the plastic. They've only been there 50 years.
What just out of curiosity, what for those of you that use focus peaking, what's your color preference in
still red? Red works best most of the time.
Red and blue.
Unless it's something that interferes with red, I'll use red.
Yeah, I was using blue the other day, and oh, this is an interesting thing. I mean, to me anyway, and I mean, maybe it's common sense, and I should have realized it. But so I was, because I don't want to steal a surprise. So let's just say I had some photos that I considered critical that they came out perfect. And so I would take the picture, and I'm manually focusing. I'm using the blue color and using focus peaking, and I would chimp. I'd take the picture and I would check it. And sometimes when I was looking at the rear screen, I go, and I'd zoom in. I go, oh, that's a little soft, and blah blah blah, and then and I take it again, and then as time went on, I says, there's no way they can all be soft. So I took some of those images and I looked at them through the viewfinder. They were tack sharp, but it just probably because of the way the light was hitting the rear LCD that it made it look like it was out of focus, but in reality it wasn't. So my recommendation now is, if you're doing some critical focus work, preview your image looking through the viewfinder where you don't have any glare or anything. And that's going to give you the accurate indication of whether or not that image is critically focused or not. The rear, looking at it from the back, doesn't always
use
work.
A field monitor, it's even better.
The EVF killed the chimping on the back screen. So you want to check it, and remember, you can always you press the button and you get 200% magnification.
Yeah.
So
EVF EVF is much better. Yeah.
One thing that I love on my Lumix is it's got this auto feature that when I'm doing focus peaking and I'm getting ready to take a shot, when I hit the trigger half, it automatically does it 200%, so I can make sure the focus peaking is 100% set. And at first it was like super annoying. I was like, oh man, I have to like check this every time I'm in manual focus. I was like, oh wait, this is actually fixing everything I do wrong. This is good. I'm taking more time. I'm being deliberate with my photos.
Where it got dicey for me, I was using an old lens and I was shooting it wide open at f2, and at f2 your depth of field is really crummy. So you're focusing on something, and you got all the blue specks everywhere, and you're turning it and you go, okay, now I got the most blue specks. It's got to be in focus. But with your depth of, let's say you're trying to focus on an eye, you have so many dots that it's covering the nose, it's around the eye, it's on the cheeks, it's everywhere.
You can reduce it to number 1 instead of 2,
and you can't it's hard to get it where you're just getting the eye more, you know what I'm saying? So you think you got it, and then you check it and you go, oh, the eye's a little softer. That's what I care about. I don't care if the nose is a little soft. I want the eyes to be sharp. But it's a little,
use Russian lenses and cheap
you gotta get used to it. You gotta get used to it.
If the autofocus for whatever reason fail, correct? That's the beauty with the camera, because sometimes the autofocus, you do your focus peaking or your manual focus, and then as soon as you put the shutter or press it will if you, depending how you have it programmed, it will change it, correct? So you have to go manual on your lens, focus manual, and then go to manual on the actual lens, and then you can take the photo.
Right. You got to switch the mode in your camera to manual focus. Otherwise, you touch the shutter release and then it tries to auto focus over
and
it.
then you got focus
undoes what you just did, Yeah.
Exactly. So for sure, remember I told you that that fox that I was photographing, there was no way for me to get that the sharp, because there were some grasses and stuff in front that that was on the Z9 on the first version of autofocus. I think today it will not happen, correct? But it was trying to get to the grasses, so I had to go in the 500 PF, manual focus and put it in manual autofocus as well, correct? No autofocus, disable the autofocus and focus manual, use the focus peaking, and that was perfect.
Yeah.
Focus peaking is on most of the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it's, you're looking at someone that's more used to the split microprism type of thing.
I remember them
from the old manual SLR days,
the good old days.
Yeah, the good old days. Yeah,
with a split screen.
Split screen, line it up. Yeah, baby, we're good. Make it even. We're good.
Man.
Those were good though. They work good. Did
the job.
Yeah.
The one that I didn't like, that sometimes it was weird how the light hit or whatever. You had the circle in the middle with the split, and then you had the microprism ring that went around it. Exactly. Sometimes it was a real pain using that microprism ring. I like the split part much better.
That's why you have different finders in those days. Different finders for different usage.
Exactly.
My uncle's a pretty serious photographer, and his vision is like comedically bad. Like his glasses are like 6 inches thick, and like they're not even the same power on each side. And when I was a kid, I remember he would take photos with his film camera, and like every single thing was out of focus. Like not a single image would be right, and he'd be like, I nailed that one. And I always felt like he was like the caddy from Happy Gilmore, when he's like, I'm pretty sure it's left to right. He's like, you're only wearing one shoe, man. Like the new focus assist and all that stuff, like it just really, it just helps so much. Before the Joe mods, man, there is no time before me. It goes 1994. Before that, nothing. No, see, two good things happened in 94. I was born and the Cold War ended. It's a great year. It's a great year. Jeff, I'm turning 30 in about like 3 weeks, and like I don't know how to feel about it. Like on one side, people will start taking me more seriously, but on the other side, I'm not like a dictator of some small country in the Caribbean. So like I feel like I haven't accomplished everything I set off to do.
Well, I'll tell you, 30 didn't bother me. 50 kind of did. 30 didn't. But my wife, when she turned 30, you would have thought the world was coming to an end, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, women have a completely different opinion about aging than men do, and they do not like the big 3-0. I'll tell you that. So, is your future wife younger than you or older?
I don't know, because there is no number. There is no age.
Good answer.
There is no 3-0. No one ever hits 3-0 except me. That's it, right? I mean,
and then you go to 39 and say 39.
She must be like 5 feet away from him out of view of the camera here.
Exactly.
You don't forget a
thin walls, Jeff. Thin walls.
I'm just saying. When that number comes up for her, make sure you're at a football game or something.
I've got a trip planned to Antarctica. I'm going to be cozying up with some penguins. It's going to be great. Yeah. Well, then an excursion.
Now you having a blast there with you. How many lenses did they loan out to you to try out?
Yeah, they gave me 2. I've got there. Hold on. I got this guy. I got the 70-200 2.8.
Okay.
Just good staple lens. Right now, I've got the 28-70 on my S5 II.
Okay.
Which, I mean, okay, like I'm not just gonna sit here and say, "Oh yeah, I'm like super pro, whatever." No, like I have the Sigma 24-70 at my office for my other S5 II that I have for work, and it's like a third smaller than this and probably about half the weight. So, but that being said, I am pretty sure they're coming out with a new version of this lens right now because, like, I tried to order this one originally for work, and it's on back order everywhere right now. Like, no one can get it. So I think there is a new version of this coming out. And then they also
you're saying the Sigma lens is shorter and lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And it's pretty
unusual
good.
because Sigma used to be known for having much heavier glass than everybody else. No lie, no lie. It was the other way around.
In the lens.
Sigma used to be like the boat of all lenses compared to the primes from your camera manufacturer.
Like the 6C
totally.
to 6.
And then they also sent this guy too. It's a GH6 with a 12-60 micro four thirds. Dealio, which the the video button's jammed on the one they sent me, so I can't switch it to any other mode. I was gonna do a review on this, but it's like stuck perpetually in the video mode, so there's only like so much I can change. So the minute the sun's like an inch over the horizon, I'm like, well, can't use this anymore. This is pure trash, and I'm just gonna put this away.
Well, you're not supposed to keep taking the gum out of your mouth with your fingers and then pushing on the video button.
Yeah, honestly though, it's rough. I don't know, but no, it's been fun. They were really flexible with the loans, so like I've got it. Originally, it was just going to be until March 4th, but I was like, hey, like I did that barbershop shoot. Like I'm a little bit backed up now on doing the other content. Like I need just a bit of time to like recharge. My day jobs taking up a lot of my time. I just need a bit more time before I send it back. And they were like, yeah, no problem. Like we'll just extend it a week and we'll send you the return shipping info, and you can just like stick a sticker on it and send it back. So yeah, pretty relaxed, which is nice. They're really easy to work with.
So I was looking at the 70-200. I'm interested in the 18. You did one with the 18, I believe, on the street photography. Did you do that? On the 18?
I didn't. I wish I did. And that's actually one of the lenses I've requested from them to borrow next, because I'm going to do a few loans with them. The widest lens I've got right now for my L mount is a 14 mil per gear manual focus 2.8. So I've been shooting with that a decent amount, and like I am blown away at how good it is. And there's no fisheye at the edges, which is quite surprising for a lens of how cheap the make is. I mean, obviously, if I'm going like too close to something, it'll start to warp then. But if I've got a decent distance between myself and the subject, it's pretty good. But yeah, that's the widest lens I've got right now for it.
Oh wow! Okay.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun, and it's great that that they're doing that for you. I mean, that's nice. You get to play with more toys, and and come up with videos with some additional content and stuff like that. So that's nice that you got an arrangement. So that's we're happy for you that clicked for you.
Thanks. Well, between them and the camera store, it's just been great. I mean, I got to have Dave and Neville in my video for the Leica 100-400. So that was really cool having them do a little guest appearance. They met up with me. We had a few beers and we shot all around Banff, and that was great. And actually, we've got a really cool video live stream coming up with them on March 2nd. It's going to be at the store, and we're going to be talking about drone laws and then drone creative. So I'm going to be kind of covering the creative side, and then we've got Don from Don Drones On. He's a really big guy in the drone community here in Canada. He's actually in charge of the drone lobby for Canada as well, and he's going to be kind of talking about, you know, how to do it legally and how to not get in a bunch of hot water for flying your drone over a national park. And it's funny because there's all these guys I follow on Instagram, and like they post this great stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's FPV, and that's right over this tower. That's, you don't have a permit for that. It's like one of those things, like, now that I know, it sucks because I'm like watching all these videos, and it's like I don't feel like I can do it because I know when, like, I try to preach following the rules on my channel, but man, these people are getting some cool videos. I just hope they don't get us all banned from using micro drones in downtown.
Well, there's somebody down here that does YouTube videos. I don't personally know the person. My friend Bob, I guess, watches some of the videos, and he says there is no way that this guy is not breaking laws like crazy. Because one, you know, we're very, very close to the airport, and this guy is like flying a drone way up too high, like going up like a cell phone tower, you know, and you're not allowed to do stuff like that. And then he puts it on YouTube or whatever, and it's kind of amazing that they haven't arrested the guy. I mean, he continuously does stuff that you can tell he's violating the law with his drone, and he's still not smart enough not to put it on YouTube, but he keeps putting it on YouTube.
Well, how big is the drone?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Because if it's like a Mavic 3, it's too big. But if it's a smaller one, I guess they can do it. But they still have to be
less
away.
than 250 grams.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the sub 250 rule is interesting because even like I can't speak to the U.S. rules because they're different state to state. Like when I was in Wyoming versus Colorado, there was like a lot of nuances between the rules. But like here in Canada, I can't fly my micro drone up in Edmonton, like 3 hours from here north. I can't fly it anywhere, even though it's a micro drone. Calgary, technically speaking, I could fly it over the airport. You shouldn't. But it's technically not against the rules. Like that's the weird thing, and it changes province over province. And like, yes, there are national rules, but there's this regional aspect to the rules for large and sub 250 drones that I think the federal government there needs to be more clear direction on what we can and can't do. Like that's one of the big reasons why we're doing this seminar is it's, you know, I've gone to Don multiple times and I'm like, all right, I want to do this. Do you think it's okay? And he's like, I don't know, maybe talk to this person. And then I'll get on the phone with like Parks Alberta or whoever. And I'm like, hey, this exact spot, this altitude, can I fly here? Yes or no? And then they'll be like, you're not allowed to do it. And I'm like, okay, great. That's all I need. Right. But there's sort of this lack of a common consensus of like where you can and can't fly. And like when I was in Korea, it wasn't like that. I mean, I had the dumb foreigner effect when I first got there. I didn't do nearly enough research. I was brand new to drone flying, and then obviously I had my come to Jesus moment with the Korean military, where they like stopped me. But after that, they were like, "Hey, here's the app. It actually does show you where you can and can't fly, full stop for all of Korea." And I was like, great, I will follow this, my source of truth. But even here in Alberta, it's like, okay, I look at the national map, then I look at the city map, and then I look at the local bylaws. And it just complicates things so much. So it definitely keeps a lot of people out of the hobby. But then, you know, to your point, Jeff, there are people that push the limits to the point where they shouldn't be. And they're the ones that are ruining the hobby for all of us. Like there's this one guy from Canada that got in a bunch of trouble for dive bombing FPV style the obelisk in DC. Like, who does that? Like, that's and it wasn't even good footage. Like, I watched the video and I was like, it's blurry. Like, I mean, obviously he shouldn't have done that, but like the footage itself was bad too. So it's like, stop ruining this. Like, stop ruining the hobby. Like, no one's gonna do this stuff, and but there's just so many dumb people. And I mean, even in Japan, there was this time where this guy flew his drone into the prime minister in his head. So now you can't fly your drone almost anywhere in Japan, right? So it's like, obviously when these things happen, they have to put in new rules. So it's like, I think in Calgary especially, we're like in this like awkward period of like, we're still kind of allowed to do stuff, but I'm just waiting for someone to do something really stupid. Like there was this dude in Arkansas that mounted a handgun on a drone and it could fire. And it was like, please just keep your home science projects to yourself. We don't care. Like, let's just put a nice light drone in the air, get a quick aerial shot of downtown, and be done with it. We don't need to.
Did they come out with foam bumper guards for drones after he got whacked in the head?
Oh, honestly, yeah. Well, and there's these sonic guns they've got for shooting drones down too. It's I think they've got that at different events in the U.S. too, where they can like shoot this beam up in the air and just take it out. But it's funny because if you did that, like, couldn't the drone like fly down, like hit someone in the head? Like, it's just it's a weird world. It's a very weird world.
Oh man, yeah. I just because of where I live in proximity to the airport and whatnot. I mean, I just like and my inability to be good with any kind of gaming controller. I figure it would be a disaster waiting to happen to have me try to fly a drone or justify the cost of a decent one, because it would either be in a tree or hit a car or something, you know. I mean, it would be horrible.
Remember, Joy, we are not the Nintendo generation.
Yeah,
here,
I mean,
so
well, I used to have Nintendo and all that, but I mean, you know, I got arthritis in the fingers now. I can't do all that stuff as quick or as long, you know, before my fingers start to tighten up on me.
100%. Well, I think one of the best things, like if anyone on the live cast nights thinking about getting into droning, but is a little bit worried about, you know, joint flexibility or any of that stuff, hit the drone simulator first. DJI's got a great drone simulator, and like I logged at least 60 hours on that before I did my first flight. And then even my first flight, like I wasn't flying over downtown Calgary. Like, I mean, yeah, nowadays, like I drone pretty close to buildings and like I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm doing, but that's years and years of piloting and lots of crashes, lots of mistakes that I made. Like I didn't just start there. And my dad's drone, he only flies his around the house and in fields. He's got arthritis and like he's not comfortable flying in any other environments. And also he's got a quadcopter, so he can't fly that thing anywhere.
That's actually a good advice. You should include that in your video when you talk about.
Yeah,
I didn't know there were those simulators, because I every time that I thought maybe buy a drone just not to fly here in my yard, just not a high elevation, because I'm in the pass of the airport as well. But I say, how many drones do I have to destroy before I can manage it?
Yeah, no, I definitely crashed a couple, Gustavo. It's mistakes have been made. My favorite thing was when one of my drones started landing on the wrong roof in Gangnam. Like I was like trying to bring this thing down, I lost connectivity, and it just started landing on a roof like 6 blocks away, and I was like, okay, we're doomed.
You know, they got that home feature too that's supposed to come back, but
it works super well. I use the return home feature all the time. Like I've flown my drone, I think about 1.5 kilometers is about as far as I've ever gone. Completely lost connectivity. It just goes up to a certain altitude and comes right back. So but the key with that is if you're going to count on that feature, make sure you wait a little bit before sending your drone away. Make sure the home on the map on your controller is updated accordingly before you fly, because otherwise the return to home could like be 100 yards away or wherever the drone decides. Exactly.
Home is on the roof of your neighbor's house.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Does it give you a warning that you're out of range or something like that, Joey?
So you'll lose connectivity, right? So like it'll start saying like RC interruption. The newer controllers and the connection they have is much better. If you're looking at using an older drone, like you won't get nearly as much range. And then the return to home will be the Japanese Prime Minister's head. That's home, and that is my home, and I love it so much. Guys, I actually got to jump here. The time to finish movie night with the fiance, but I just wanted to come by and say hi, and nice seeing y'all, and nice to see the chat going strong. I know you guys are what, 4 hours and 48 minutes in, so that's great.
Yeah, we're all still. Well, the key is we all try to make sure we're still breathing by the end.
That is good. That is good. We don't want to have any casualties on the show. So
that's the goal. If you come into the show, you got to be able to leave the show.
But I tell you one thing. It's good that we are appropriate for our time. If I would have been a young guy with a drum, I would have got in trouble. I would have chased all my siblings with a drum around the house. I'm sure I would have invented how to attach stuff that I shouldn't be attached. So I'm glad that I was born when I was born. Otherwise, I would have got in trouble. I'm sure I would have got in trouble.
You had one now.
Gustavo, you can still do it. Age is just a number.
I'm sorry?
You'd be dive bombing your dog if you had one right now.
Oh, I tell you, one of the favorite things that my two siblings, they used to say to my mom, Gustavo is experimenting with us. so they were younger than me. So when they saw me making like a dart or making something in the chemistry set, they started to get concerned and start asking my mom to stop me whatever I was doing.
I know you well.
All right. Good night, guys. I'm going to jump here, but before I go, Roy, your lighting is haunting. Like, it's so Hollywood-esque. It's just like dark everywhere, and then there's just this light
we've had
beam
power problems. I'm running on batteries.
Well, it looks good. Like, I think you should have more power problems. It's a good look. It's
I've got
clean.
one battery light up there. I think one over there somewhere.
See, George, you were not here. I told him that it looked like those movies when the aliens are landing and they're going to get Roy.
Yeah,
War of the Worlds.
Exactly.
Waiting for the chest buster to come out of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Take it easy.
Yeah, see you later.
Hey, those aliens that are going to get Roy, they were looking for an icon equipment.
I think they've got the right place.
Exactly.
They're like, we got all the ones from the space station. We need one more. Oh man. Oh, we're running out. We got 9 more minutes, guys, and we hang it up. Let's see if we got any
photo review. Do the promo for the photo
that's
review.
Right. We got 24 here that will still see it.
So is the C Plus thing at the 20th of February, I think? 20th to the 22nd in Japan?
Yes.
Okay. So that's next weekend.
Exactly.
We'll throw up a reminder for the photo review on March 2nd. I've got 20 images already, which is great. Some people sent them in really, really early. So I have 20, and then I got my 4. Then unless I change them, I got 4 picked out. So I got 24 images right now.
I've got 1.
So, hey, send them in. Don't wait till the last day, please. And as I stated on the last photo review, that anything I get after noontime the Friday before will be put aside for the following month. I'm going to stick to that because I can't just be hanging around on the computer day and night getting 4 photos here, and an hour later get 4 more photos, and get them in the day before by noontime, make my life a little bit easier for me. And I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. I think it was great having Albert on, and we will have him on. I will work with him, and we'll come up with an agreed session date for talking about the medium format stuff a little bit more, and the projector lenses, and that's all niche stuff. But I put in his for those that may have came in late. Albert did a discussion about the available lens adapters for adapting Sony lenses on Nikon cameras, Sony, Panasonic, Leica, L-mount lenses, and Canon lenses, both availability to be used on Nikon mirrorless cameras, or what's available for Nikon F-mount
L-mount's a bit too small.
And a lot more options with the DSLRs F-mount than you have with mirrorless, and so for me to like skip forward and stop rambling is I threw his email in the chat, and if you have a question regarding any kind of adapter, or if you want to have something custom made for something that you have, a lens that you always loved and you feel you can't use it anymore, he is the guy that could probably make up something that will work on your camera. So he has no problem with anybody emailing him on that. And then I will throw it up here on the screen quickly. Let me see if I still have it open. Yeah. So there is this little PDF file that I have, that if anybody would like a copy of this, it covers, like, you're going from the Sony E mount, the Canon RF mount, the Leica L mount, to a Z mount. And then it has a separate box that talks about lens adapters that are available for adapting Nikon F-mount lenses to other camera bodies, non-Nikon. And there's a list in there with prices. So if you would like to have this for your filing cabinet, send me an email, and I will put that here on the bottom of the screen. Send me an email, ask me for a copy of this. I will attach the PDF file and send it out to you, and you'll have it.
A busy Jeff.
So let's see what else we got. I am working on I'm not sure, it's probably going to happen sometime in April. I am working with a local coordinator. I'm a member of the Carolina Nature Photographers Association, which embodies more than just North and South Carolina. There are people that are members of that photo organization that live in Maryland or live in other states that are, close enough by. And I'm working with them because shamefully I have not been very active within that photo community for a while, because I've just been so focused on my channel and doing a live stream and taking my own photos and stuff like that. So I'm working with them to have a representative come on the show for maybe an hour to share some images from CNPA members from the Myrtle Beach region, and kind of like tell you what they're about. And if you live in the region, tell you how you could participate or join. And we might actually have someone from a Rotary Club, because they're asking they're trying to work with the CNPA because they're bringing the attention of the importance of pollination and how it's becoming a big problem in our country, with bees dying off, the quantity of bees getting reduced, and other pollinators, and how that affects us as humans, how that's going to affect our food supply and things like that. So they're, I guess, going to be getting some photos from the CNPA members that are strictly related to pollinators. So pictures of bees, pictures of hummingbirds, pictures of butterflies, stuff like that. So we may try to have them on around Earth Day in April and let them share these specific images that are tied in with this working relationship with the Rotary Club to share information about the importance of pollination, and have both these people come on and talk about it and share some images and be something different on the show. And we get to see what some very fine photographers do in the local region where I live. And I wish I had more time. If I wasn't doing a YouTube channel and being involved with this, I would probably be a very active member within that community. But I unfortunately haven't figured out a way to get 40 hours in a 24-hour day yet. So that's kind of a speed bump that I can't seem to get over. But that's something that I'm hoping to have happen sometime in April, and I'm working the details out with the CNPA, and we'll see how that goes. And because we always stress, we're a community. Okay, if you're in a photo club that's working on an interesting project and you want to share that information, use this channel as a vehicle to share that information with the rest of the community. If you're doing a charitable event, say something that is related to, let's say, restoring a park, or working in a trying to do some things in a wildlife refuge area or a wildlife preserve, or pet projects, that you're involved with, or your photo organization is involved with, and you want to present that, and maybe people within the community here might want to make a donation to help support that effort, if it's something that resonates with anybody that comes on the chat. So I have no issue with using this channel as a place to share information relative to photo activities or photo events that may be going on in your community. And if you want to share that with the rest of us, feel free to contact me, and we can talk on the phone or via email, and we can set something up for you to come on the show and talk about it.
I remember, Jeff, at one point you mentioned you floated an idea, I think last year, that maybe out of the photo review that we could submit images, that we could do like a calendar and then donate the proceeds of that to one of the conservation organizations. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we should talk about and see how the logistics would be in doing that. If they're and actually we'll ask those that are here on the community, is if there are people in the community that say make some calendars themselves and sell them, and they have a place that they go to that they're very, very happy with the quality, and you want to share that information that such and such a place does great calendars and they're reasonably priced or whatever, share that information with send something to me in an email. I could put that aside, and myself and the other members of the panel can talk about maybe doing something like that. It's like I told the CNPA originally. They were talking about a photo contest, and I said, I don't want to do any kind of photo contest. and I'm not a photo contest kind of guy, and I'll tell you why. Because any kind of a photo contest is very subjective at best. You could win first place in a local photo contest and then enter that same photo in another photo contest, and they just throw it in the trash can. They don't like it at all, and it all depends on who is on the panel. And if the panel is made up of predominantly wildlife photographers and you submit a street photography image, it could be the best street photography image done in the last 30 days or 60 days. It won't matter, because they're going to have a bias one towards a certain genre or whatever, and they're going to throw your picture out. So I'm not a big photo contest guy. Sometimes it's more of to stroke one's ego more than anything else, to say that I won a photo contest. Unfortunately, it's something that I think if you wanted to be a member of the what do you call it, the Nikon professionals, you wanted to get into that. That's one of their criteria. Oh, did you have a picture published? Obviously, if you had entered a photo contest for a local magazine and you got published, and that would count. You could say, yeah, I'm a published photographer. Oh, okay, you can join now. So in some ways, they promote a competitive environment. And I told them, I have no problem with you sharing images, talking about the scenario, but it's not going to be a photo contest with awards or anything, because I personally don't believe in it. And when we do our photo review, it's to share what we do, no matter what level of photographic level you're at. We're here to support each other. And we've always said, if you want us to critique your image, you let us know, and we'll critique it. But it's more about sharing. It's more about sharing than it is critiquing. Unless you want us to do that, then we shall do it. But I didn't want to get into, we were going to be a panel and we were going to judge their images and decide who won. I says, I'll let you share. I says, pick 20 images to share on the show, and we'll show 20 images and let you have the floor for an hour or so, and we'll leave it at that. So that's the approach I'm taking with it anyway. And that's about it. We are after our 2:00 time frame. As always, heartfelt thank you to everybody on the panel. My apologies that some of you had to kind of come on last Saturday night and redirect people and tell them that there wasn't a show. I'm sorry that it tied up your time, and it shouldn't have. It should not have been necessary. So I apologize for that. But I appreciate you guys coming on as always, and those that came on that couldn't stay on the whole night. And obviously a thank you to everybody in the chat. I hope you enjoyed the show. I think we had interesting discussions tonight. We shared a lot. We joked around a little bit. I think we had a good time. So I'll say my goodbyes, and I'll let the folks on the panel here wish you guys good night, and we will hopefully see you next Saturday.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Stay safe and keep warm. When Roy stays, get the power back. Use the air conditioner.
Well, everybody tell Roy. Tell Roy to get out of the dark.
Need power for air conditioners.
But everybody have a good one. We appreciate you as always, and hopefully this old fart won't be getting sick anytime soon. I think I did pretty good. I missed 2 weeks because of a family situation, and I missed one week being sick. and the rest of the time we've managed to be here every Saturday. So
we forgive you.
I think we're doing okay so far, and hopefully Chuck will be making his appearance soon on his channel within the next 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. So once I know when and if he's going to do it, we'll announce it on the Saturday show, and we will hopefully get a lot of people that'll go on the show and support him. And
it'll be on Wednesday.
It'll be on Wednesday at noon when he does come on, and he deserves our support. So hopefully, we'll all be there for him when he comes back. And I'll leave it at that. We'll end up being here until 2:30, 3 o'clock, and I don't want to do that to anybody. So good night for the last time, and have a good one.
Bye, Jeff.
Bye bye.